Today we are going to talk about the nature of our realm, how it works, how it ties in with Santos Bonacci's knowledge and teachings, and how Walter Russell's work explains it brilliantly. I first met Santos on a panel with the Sun and Moon group, where I give him a private presentation of the beginnings of my research into how our world truly works, after discovering the Earth is level and stationary a few years ago. The research I presented was some of my Nazca Line decodings and the avenue my research was taking me after realizing what the Nazca Lines truly represent and portray, the technical blueprints to the realm. I knew I would find the correct world map when I overlaid the lines, glyphs and the Nazca Mandala. When I presented this to Santos, there was a good silence for about 20 seconds. I knew his mind was already processing all of what I had shown him, and Santos, being the very sharp person he is, was stunned by this presentation. Of course he recovered and immediately started expanding upon some of the things he had seen in the presentation. His knowledge and explanations are second to none. It was what Santos explained to me that gave me the direction I needed to be looking into. Of course I met one conscience and we teamed up, and here we are today, a few years later, still decoding the realm from within a small team of excellent researchers and friends. I have kept in touch with Santos since those days, sharing links to videos on Skype and little updates on progression. He only had to give me a few tips and I was there decoding what I found into the APM model, our model of how this realm truly works. Santos told me to look into Walter Russell's work one day, and wow, did that speed up our research once I started decoding what Walter Russell's work was teaching me. Now I'm no genius, so don't be getting that impression, but I can see and decode what all this is telling me very easily. So today I'm going to show you how all this connects together and explains a lot of what Santos is teaching you, what Walter Russell's work is teaching you, and how this realm truly works. Now what you are going to see and hear may not be to your liking. It may shock you, surprise you, even make your brain melt. But that's okay, it is what it is and I make no excuses for it. I'm here to present to you our findings, as is the rest of this team. I'm a flat earther and I came here to see how our realm truly works. And what we have found is that everything is being misrepresented to hide this realm and how it truly works. And when I say everything, I mean everything. Thus, we have to decode everything we look into to get to the truths. Okay, for this part I'm going to decode the Walter Russell optical motor to show you how it works. Notice the second law of thermodynamics is invalid in a repetitive cyclic universe of equally interchanging effect. Also take note of the direction of flow and how this relates to Walter's motor. To explain this optical motor, take note of the A and B cores and poles. This is our equatorial line, and through this pipeline water is pumped into the reactor at the centre and back out the other side of the west pole, recycled around the design and back towards the centre. Now with this design the pipe narrows at key points going to and from the centre. This in effect creates a Higgs boson. This allows a pressure zone to be created at these points. Now if you remember Walter Russell's explanation of the parts of the colour spectrum colliding from the green, yellow and orange yellow parts of the colour spectrum, which collide with white, it is basically a short circuit. This creates the circumstances that are needed to cause chain reactions. The equatorial line is the compression poles and cycle. Notice in the north and south we have the electrical harness points at the desired distances at the boson locations where this energy pressure wave is created. These are our expansion zones which nature divides and multiplies the sex pairs. What this means is that when the electrical energy is created, there are two forces that are in opposition, going separate ways from one another. Positive electricity and magnetism effectively. Thus, one side takes the positives and the other side takes the negatives. As this expands, of course, it multiplies, which is what you see with the numbers increasing to a maximum of 4. And that's it. This is all that you need to generate free electricity. This motor actually generated enough power to run a 52-room university. That's all the lighting, heating, and any electrical needs a university could need. This model occupied around 6 foot of floor space. The universal mathematics are there for you to understand how the ratios work. Okay, now let me show you what Santos was teaching and what Walter Russell's motor just demonstrated in the APM model. Today you are going to learn how this realm really works. Now we will add in our trumpeters. Yes, I decoded what the trumpeters represent in scriptures. Let's add in our equatorial compression zones and our north and south expansion zones. This, ladies and gentlemen, is how our realm divides and multiplies the sex pairs. It is the exact same principle, although on a creator-sized scale. You will understand that hot flow across the equator now, hopefully. You can see now what is very special with the golden ratio. It is basically telling you that the Higgs boson zones are where the golden ratio lies, the golden parts of the colour spectrum where the short circuit will take place. They are all harnessing energy within their cubed spheres at the golden ratio. Pretty cool, isn't it? This image by Walter Russell contains some very interesting information. The gravity cycle is the motivative force of the universal heartbeat. Notice how Walter correctly uses the bar magnet as a pressure recorder, because this is what gravity truly is. A pressure system that is created by the halos we have been highlighting for some time now. We realized you do not need a container to create a pressure system. The projected halos create this system perfectly, and we have shown this in our End Times 2 video with the decodings of what Noah really is and how it works, and with references to the receding oceans events and how it was designed to contain water. Another thing that really surprised me when I overlaid this on our grid and decoded more parts of the realm, as this helped me to see how the flow was matching real world data. This is another layer of the APM model, and One Conscience is going to explain how.
When I look at this, it's truly exciting to see everything I've been attempting to express for the last few years, shown in such vivid detail. So let's discuss it and relate it to our Earth energy flow, from the perspective of earthquakes and volcanoes. From our east and west gates, we have simultaneous energy coming in, running down the equator. As it hits each cross point of expansion areas, it will split and flow the grid up and down, releasing along the way, always in the same spots. This is repeatable data that can be easily tracked. From the east and west simultaneously, the energy will flow to the pre-designed path, moving towards the center of the grid. All of the crisscross points are volcanic fields as well. Some are dormant and some are active. Depending on the cycle of the micro scale of the world determines if these volcanic fields are active. The two large S's that we see are very special points. These areas are where the energy has multiplied and expanded out the most it can be in our realm, so the power generated back in to become compressed at the center is very great. We see the effects of these areas in the form of constant earthquake activity and major volcanic eruptions. These two major spots give the power its push to continue the push that makes the journey. We see most of our major activity on the spots that are compressing inwards towards the center. All around, we do have activity, but it's the main compression areas that have the most powerful effects. As we hit the center of the grid, from both sides, the energy will make its way north as we have shown in past presentations. We have referred to this as a reset spot. However, what occurs is the energy heads north up the meridian, and it spreads out at the northern point. It then wraps around and heads east and west to return again to the gates. Then the process begins again. This effect is what we call Taurus energy. This is the energy we have been following across the grid for over 2 years now. This is one more layer that allows us to show you the flow in more understandable terms. This is the cause of our Earth events that science says can't be predicted. However, with the blueprints like this, and the rest of the knowledge we alone have shared, we can know our Earth and the repeatable, predictable processes.
This design and layout perfectly explains the quake areas as one conscience just demonstrated, which we have always stated this is technology switching on. And we can see from the design the anode and cathode array setup, the positive and negatives the energy paths and grid creates, the division and multiplication of the sex pairs. You can see how these energies are distributed around this grid easily. This layer appears to be on a different level to the previous layer one conscience just talked about, another layer in the underworld. To decode the realm, we just need to decode the best minds in the world, as they all have to stay and operate within the laws of the construct. You can make your own minds up on how Walter decoded this knowledge, but as you can see here, this fits our grid perfectly and everything is exactly where it needs to be to work on a realm scale model. This of course adds another layer to the APM model, more parts of the construct decoded. The shapes of these two large areas also appear to have a 4-tier pyramidal design. Again, the Walter Russell explanation of gravity and pressure apply, which we know now relates to expansion and compression cycles that generate huge amounts of energy within the light spectrum. Also notice we now have an idea what would be at the east gate, another layer or area we can contemplate and work out its design. The design does appear to be recycling energy back into the grid. This is amazing information and certainly helps explain how this realm is working. The scriptural trumpets represent the Taurus field created by the tornado vortex the accelerators create. Two counter-rotating coils basically working together to create that environment. As we have mentioned previously, tornadoes and winds are created by the projected halos, of which we have been documenting and explaining now for years. The lunar waves I decoded in previous videos reveal the halos, as do many people's recordings, whom have been kind enough to share them. You can see various decodings of these videos here on my channel. We can now see a layer coming into view, which would represent a part of the east gates. Another addition to the APM model. Now we can see how the energy gets recycled back into the realm. Isn't that amazing, people? More blueprints that actually make sense when overlaid with the Nazca Line overlays we call our grid. What are the chances of that? We can now duplicate that and demonstrate what it would look and behave like from all of the gates. And isn't that amazing? It makes perfect sense and completes the circuit. This is mind-blowing and very revealing information and helps explain a great many things. Okay, the next layer is our spiders, the tidal nodes as they are called. We call them power distribution centers. Their configurations is more in line with the transfer of energies to power other things. As they alternate, this is what creates our tides, the seawater of course being attracted to their activations and thus constantly on the move. Some are permanently on and others switch on and off. You can see by this animation the spiraling effect of this technology. We consider many character personifications such as Perseus to be one of these mechanisms. The cutting off of Medusa's head is really decoding into a rerouting of power. Now the red parts represent high tides and the blue parts represent low tides, and you can see how this technology is manipulating the water to create these tides. Just study it, people, and watch the flow. You'll see it circling round and round, distributing water. Some things will switch on and the water's then forced that direction, and then it's rerouted another direction. The whole water table is being manipulated by this technology.
Let's take a moment and look at Perseus holding Medusa's head, as seen in all the depictions. So, can we place this in our world? Yes, we absolutely can. When I outlined Perseus and placed him in the world, we come to the western United States, as seen here. He is on the west coast of North America holding Medusa's head, which is a giant in the topography of Western America, and going up into Canada. Also, if we pay close attention, we can see that Medusa is looking directly at Yellowstone. So this tells us that Perseus holding her head to look at Yellowstone is the way the power is turned off for that point, and he is directing it towards the northwestern direction instead. And to add to that, the direction that he is pointing, there are the islands coming off of Alaska where the volcanoes that erupt actually blow up the entire island and reform the topography all the time. So that tells us that there's great power being put into that area.
Now this image needs no introduction. This is Walter Russell's cosmic pendulum. This is how Walter demonstrates how the spiraling pressure waves create harvestable energy. This fantastic animation with sounds demonstrating it perfectly. You can see where the centripetal and centrifugal forces play their parts in generating energy as they spiral outwards. The inside and outside of the Taurus field, basically. The 0 represents the equatorial line, and the left and right sides the division of the sex pairs. The division and multiplication of the harvested energies are perfectly demonstrated below. You can see now how the design of the spiral the ancients depicted everywhere is so very important, and tells us they already knew this information. Notice how different parts of the colour spectrum give different amounts of energy. A big thanks go out here to P900 Coolpix for helping bring this image to life. What a fantastic, beautiful piece of work. Here is some more magnetic data from Ceres that perfectly matches what our research is showing. It reveals the spiraling flows of energy from the 3 key sites on our grid. You can see how the left-hand rule and right-hand rule spirals play their parts. The spiraling pressure waves are what create light. Remember, light does not move, it divides and multiplies, which gives the appearance of movement. Understand and follow these laws and you will create light. Compression, expansion, division and multiplication is the key. Okay, taking all the above into account, we can demonstrate now how the realm works in the APM model. We have our heat at the equator, which heats our reactor at the centre of the grid, the heart of the machine, Satan, Baphomet, or whichever name you wish to associate with this reactor. It then gives power to our first halo, which distributes the energy to start up various installations on the centre plate. The primary 8 for example. This then doubles in power as the second halo is now generating power and distributing it across the grid. Now she comes to life, and with all the larger halos operating within the golden ratio of their cube spheres, we are harvesting huge amounts of energy and transferring it around the grid. The spiders doing the same processes of distributing power where it is needed. The red and blue areas highlight the compression and expansion zones, and the Walter Russell overlay shows how the division and multiplication works on the realm scale model. We fade in and out our various overlays to see and connect these processes and introduce the gates in the north, south, east and west. Isn't that amazing, people? What a sight to behold. The overlays, the spiders, the power distribution, the reactor, the anodes and cathodes. Wow, this really is the power and the glory. Okay, now we come down to look north towards Polaris and the north gates, and we can see how the spiraling and illuminated light is what is creating our star trails. Stars are accelerated light from various parts of the visible spectrum, and their focus is Polaris, which is obviously feeding the energy back into the grid. We are basically in the eye of a storm, the inside of the spiraling vortexes that are compressing east to west and expanding north to south. This is how the APM model currently works from our understandings and decodings of everything that we have researched. This is a work in progress.
So let's talk about crystals and grasp an understanding of how much crystals play a part in our world and our luminary workings. A crystal or crystalline solid is a solid material whose atoms, molecules, or ions are arranged in a highly ordered microscopic structure, forming a lattice that extends in all directions. We can reference Enoch chapter 14, verses 10 through 16 for a fantastic description of this. They elevated me aloft to heaven. I proceeded until I arrived at a wall built with stones of crystal. A vibrating flame surrounded it, which began to strike me with terror. Into this vibrating flame I entered, and drew nigh to a spacious habitation built also with stones of crystal. Its walls too, as well as the pavement, were formed with stones of crystal, and crystal likewise was the ground. Its roof had the appearance of agitated stars and flashes of lightning, and among them were cherubim of fire in a stormy sky. A flame burned around its walls, and its portal blazed with fire. When I entered into this dwelling, it was hot as fire and cold as ice. No trace of delight or life was there. Terror overwhelmed me, and a fearful shaking seized me. Violently agitated and trembling, I fell upon my face. In the vision I looked, and behold, there was another habitation more spacious than the former, every entrance to which was open before me, erected in the midst of a vibrating flame. And so greatly did it excel in all points, in glory, in magnificence, and in magnitude, that it is impossible to describe to you either the splendor or the extent of it. Its floor was on fire. Above were lightnings and agitated stars, while its roof exhibited a blazing fire. Macroscopic single crystals are usually identifiable by their geometric shape. Some examples of large crystals include snowflakes, diamonds, and table salt. A little fact is, if the world oceans were to evaporate, we would be left with 4.5 million cubic miles of salt. This would be a cube measuring 165 miles on each side. Salt in water carries an electrical charge. Also, water-based ice in the form of snow, sea ice, and glaciers is a very common form of crystals and polycrystals. Let's look at some verses that may relate to this. Revelations 22:1, and he shewed me a pure river of water of life, clear as crystal, proceeding out of the throne of God and of the Lamb. Revelations 4:6. And before the throne there was a sea of glass like unto crystal, and in the midst of the throne and round about the throne were 4 beasts, full of eyes before and behind. Most inorganic solids are not crystals, but they are polycrystals. Some examples of these metals are rocks, ceramics, and ice. By volume and weight, we find the largest concentration of crystals in the Earth's bedrock. Rock, such as granite, have cooled very slowly and under great pressures have completely crystallized, but with many kinds of lava were poured out onto our surface and cooled rapidly. And in this group we find amorphous crystals or glassy matter. In these, the atoms have no periodic structure whatsoever. Examples of amorphous solids include glass, wax, and many plastics. Other crystalline rocks, the metamorphic rocks such as marbles, mica, and quartzites, are recrystallized. This means that they were first at fragmental rock like limestone, shale, and sandstone, and have never been in a molten condition. Instead, high temps and pressure of metamorphism have acted on them by erasing them to their original structures and have induced recrystallization in the solid state. Now that we have an idea of what all is crystalline, let's shift to how crystals relate to electrical currents. This is due to the motion of ions and light particles. Ions move by hopping from site to site through the lattice. All solids can conduct electricity this way in crystals. The ion hops are induced by thermal fluctuations. As I said, they move within the lattice, vibrating around these points. Temperature is defined as the average energy of this vibrational motion. The more the ion move, the higher the temperature. Research shows that the higher the temperature, the more frequent are these thermal fluctuations. Ions therefore hop more often at higher temperatures. Ions are created in nature by sunlight. As the sun hits the compression point, it heats up greatly, so this switching and hopping occurs regularly during this time. As the sun hits the expansion point, the heat decreases and the ion's vibratory rate is decreasing. The light and heat begin to decrease for our sunsets. The same occurs at sunrise. Crystals such as quartz can be tapped for electricity using the piezoelectric method. By securing the crystal and subjecting it to a direct force with a permanent magnet, a detectable amount of electricity is released. We see this technology in cigarette lighters and gas grill ignition buttons. Continuously rapping on the crystal will produce usable electrical current. Although artificial, pyroelectric materials have been engineered. The effect was first discovered in minerals, such as tourmaline. The pyroelectric effect is also present in bone and tendon. Pyroelectricity is a property of certain crystals in which there is a natural polarization and as a result contain large electric fields. Pyroelectricity can be described as the ability of certain materials to generate a temporary voltage when they are heated or cooled. The change in temperature modifies the position of the atoms slightly within the crystal structure, such that the polarization of the material changes. This polarization change gives rise to a voltage across the crystal. A pyroelectric can be repeatedly heated and cooled to generate usable electrical power. This is the switching from positive to negative and expansion and compression points we see in our sun luminary. Now, if the temperature stays constant at its new value, the pyroelectric voltage gradually disappears due to the leakage current. The leakage could be due to the light particles moving through the crystal or ions moving through the air. Another example is gallium nitride, which is a semiconductor. The large electric fields in this material are detrimental in light-emitting diodes, but useful for the production of power transistors. Now let's look at crystals and light. So most people would say the fastest thing known is the speed of light, and it can't be stopped or trapped, right? Well, to stop or trap light is a technique called electromagnetically induced transparency. Researchers have done experiments. They start with a cryogenically cooled opaque crystal of yttrium silicate, which is an optical crystal material used as a host for various rare earth dopants. Doped with praseodymium, which is a soft silvery, malleable and ductile metal, valued for its magnetic, electrical, chemical, and optical properties. It is too reactive to be found in native form, and pure praseodymium metal slowly develops a green oxide coating when exposed to air. A control laser is fired at the crystal, triggering a complex quantum level reaction that turns it transparent. A second light source, the data image source, is then beamed into the now transparent crystal. The control laser is then turned off, turning the crystal opaque. Not only does this leave the light trapped inside, but the opacity means the light inside can no longer bounce around. With nowhere to go, the energy from the photon is picked up by atoms within the crystal, and the data carried by the photon is converted into an atomic spin. To get the light back out of the crystal, the control laser is turned back on, and the spin excitations are emitted at photons. These atomic spins can maintain coherence for around a minute, after which the light pulse image fizzles. In essence, this entire setup allows for the storage and retrieval of data from light memory. It should be possible to store data for longer periods too, using other crystals, such as europium doped yttrium silicate, and by using specially tailored magnetic fields. Now we will look at one last bit and then explain why we are speaking about all this information. How can light be solid? Let's see how Ezekiel describes this. Ezekiel 1:6. The appearance of the wheels and their workmanship was like sparkling beryl, and all four of them had the same form, their appearance and workmanship being as if one wheel was within another wheel. Ezekiel 10:9. Then I looked, and behold, 4 wheels beside the cherubim, 1 wheel beside each cherubim, and the appearance of the wheel was like the gleam of a tarnished stone. locking individual photons together so they become like a solid object. Researchers constructed what they call an artificial atom, made of 100 billion atoms engineered to act like a single unit. They then brought this closer to the superconducting wire carrying photons. In one of the almost incomprehensible behaviors unique to the quantum world, the atom and photons became entangled so that their properties passed between the atom and the photons in the wire. The photons started to behave like atoms correlating with each other to produce one single oscillating system. Now, what I'm going to suggest that this is the process probably how the luminaries below occur. As it happens below, we see the lights above in our heavens. Electricity being moved along our lattice grid and being stopped and trapped inside crystals to show us our luminaries. This is science reverse engineering to recreate our sun. This is what the ancients showed us, and this is what is in our faces with the royals and popes, etc., carrying their scepters with precious crystalline stones and gems. This is depicted all over for us in ancient glyphs and texts. Just take a moment with APM eyes and imagine what is in the layers below. Magnificent perfection of massive magnetic lines carrying electricity, leading to crystals as described by Ezekiel in chapter 1, verse 22. And the likeness of the firmament upon the heads of the living creatures was as the color of terrible crystal, stretched forth over their heads above. So let's define living creatures, full of vigor in active operation, or use in its natural state or place, having natural force and motion. It's easy to see how we are deceived about the living creatures and how the language has been messed with, and we believe the words to have meaning relating only to humans. However, if we know the language of the angels and understand it, we can see this is how our luminaries are working. What is that language? It's the language of frequency, magnetics, and light. To understand the original language, we need to look into etymology and understand what the words actually means. We covered a lot of this in our sigil series on how to understand the language of the angels. So let's look at what Walter Russell has to say about crystals. The science of crystallography is today without the basic foundation of a fundamental law. It is today but an organized collation of known facts of unknown causes. It is today beyond the power of man to determine in advance the exact crystallization of any element, compound, mixture, or alloy. Nor can cleavage, twining, or other effects of crystallization be determined in advance of experiment or observation. The base principle, it will be no longer necessary for the chemist or metallurgist to waste precious effort in experimentation. The application of these simple laws, all effects can be worked out on paper, even to those amorphous effects which cannot be determined by experimentation. An application of his series of drawings to the following series, which ties crystallography to chemistry and electricity as a higher chemistry or electrochemistry, will be greatly simplified in the labors of the research chemists.
This is the current model I have been recreating of our Sun's halo system. its technological configuration, which we have been privileged to see being revealed in the heavens. Remember, revelations simply means the construct reveals itself in the end times, the end of a cycle we have covered in our End Times Decoded videos. What we are seeing are various parts of the Sun's actual projector system being highlighted. Many parts of the solar boat's technological workings being projected, as well as the Sun's image. The Sun is attached to, or is a part of, the large horizontal halo. It is this that epicycles across our sky. Of course, its physical model is doing the same movements below. The scarab beetle represents this vehicle below, which is why the scarab beetle was considered sacred. It has very special meaning, and we can see why now. The scarab beetle decoded. It represents the solar boat, the Sun's vehicle that is projecting our Sun's halo system and image. Although I use the word projection, it is more than that. It can physically interact with the environment around it, converting elements to matter as it goes. They all operate on this same principle. The Moon also has this same halo configuration, but appears to be doing a reverse role. Watch them in the sky, people. You will see and capture these very special reveals sooner or later. This is what they are trying to hide, the true nature of our realm and how it really works. So we have a large horizontal halo which contains 8 nodal points, which we have previously referenced in many decodings, of which are doing different functions. We have a smaller horizontal halo at node 1, which is where the Sun's image seems to be originating from. At the front is a vertical halo, which is obviously involved in producing a vortex which is used to start the Sun generating its solar image. This one connects to the large horizontal halo at nodes 2 and 8. The two nodes we usually see either side of the Sun, and is working in conjunction with the larger vertical halo we see at nodes 3 and 7. This larger vertical halo is usually noticed by its show of colours produced in the visible spectrum, which reveals its electromagnetic nature. You can view various captures of the Sun's halos on our Sun Halo Focus videos here on my channel. A big thank you go out to all those people who have sent in their very special captures of this amazing revelation. There is much more to see yet. Eyes to the skies, people. Okay, now we are going to decode the sacred geometry of the Rome Coliseum. We are told it was filled with water so they could practice navy games. Oh, really? Do you want to see what I see? Of course you do. Buckle up, we're going in. I hope you all enjoyed that little tour of this 3D model of the Coliseum. Now let's take a look at this configuration. Let's remove the platform on the right so we can see and complete this circuit. Next we will add in our poles, the equatorial poles of course taking care of the compression cycle, and the north and south poles taking care of the expansion cycle, the division and multiplication of the sex pairs. All of which are operating well within the golden ratio of their cube spheres. Pretty cool, huh? Also take note of the pyramidal patterns of the cubes, or as Santos Bonacci would call it, the pyramid, the fire in the centre. This is the heart of the machine. You can see now how the symmetry is important in the construction and what it truly means. So, the Rome Coliseum, ladies and gentlemen, is a very large power generation station. Consider Walter Russell's 6-foot in scale footprint model that could run a 52-room university to what something the scale of this Coliseum could run. This could run an entire city with ease. Simply add hot water. So, we can now consider the Rome Coliseum decoded. I hope you enjoyed this presentation and that you can see how easy this really is. So what you have seen is how we have decoded Santos Bonacci's work into the APM model and how it explains the toroidal field and effects, which is what generates electricity. You have seen how we decode Walter Russell's work into the APM model and cross-reference it easily to the grid, worldly workings, the design and production of power generation, including a demonstration of how the realm is producing its own power and where these principles originate from. You have seen how the magnetic data provided by Ceres confirms the anode-cathode array setup either side of the reactor at the centre of the grid, how it distributes the energy, and how stars are created and are in a constant vortex spiralling north and south, the ones in the east and west being drawn in and made visible as they cross our skies. One Conscience has more than adequately given you the science hiding behind this technology and explained how it affects and interacts with our world around us. You have seen how the geometry of the Rome Coliseum was decoded easily using these principles. I have also decoded pyramids and ancient temples the same way. These will be out in our next video. From the macro to the micro, these laws apply. Power generation is simply compression and expansion, harnessing from the Higgs boson region of the equipment in use. The left and right hand rules being applied to water pressure and narrowings in the pipework to accelerate water and thus create the toroidal effect at the narrowings and widenings, as this would be the harnessing points. The toroidal pressure wave causing the circumstances needed to generate and harness electricity. The short circuit in the colour spectrum Walter Russell explained in his diagrams. All of mankind's works is designed and derived from and around this construct's workings. All the laws that Walter Russell states apply. There are a few things I disagree with from Walter Russell's work, and one is the fact that this is a technological construct which now reveals a very intelligent creator, of unknown size, as the magnitude of this construct is vast, hence the ancients finding it hard to explain and express. Also take into account etymology. Much has changed in the way words are now perceived. There have been lots of language changes and the flipping of words to hide their true meanings. The constant changes in languages may also relate to the pole shift event that we have covered in the End Times Decoded videos. There is a chance this polarity flip may cause issues with memory. As I have mentioned previously, the data does state by 2050 68% of the world's population will have dementia. Why is no one even talking about this? This may of course be compounded by the chemtrails they use to try and hide the sun's halo system when it shows, which you can see in the sun halo focus videos. Again, a big thank you to those observant people sharing their very special captures. This is the true nature of our realm, a technological construct of unknown scale. We basically work with a strip of data we call a map, of which Ceres' magnetic data has shown is a much larger realm than mainstream's maps portray. But we can easily decode and explain the effects of the realm we have encountered for years now. This of course reveals and proves a creator. Their glory is a technological glory. They were teaching science and knowledge, not worship and religions. When you decode the realm with the understanding that the scriptural angels, the Anunnaki, cherubim, seraphim, etc. are just different names for the same technologies by different cultures, you realise they are all referencing the exact same thing. They're explanations for the technologies that create and move luminaries and are responsible for pretty much most of nature's processes. The seal of the 144,000 decodes easily as 144,000 sealed rooms below. Remember, scripture tells us the underworld is their prison. These are the personified characters you have all seen in geo, petro and hieroglyphs from every culture's history. This would be the reason that we can see that they would lie about the shape of the world, because when you arrive at flat Earth you are left with two very important questions. What is creating and moving the luminaries, and who created the mechanisms that are doing it? You are here. We are here, right now. Welcome to the angelic particle matrix. Let there be light. Solomon's Key Decoded. I made this to help you understand how this really works. So a big thank you go to the creator, Walter Russell and Santos Bonacci. This decodes sacred geometry in all its forms and is the path to 0-point energy. It is based on the same principles as our realm uses. Oh, before we go, this should help you remember. The Ankh, the crossplate, represents the east to west compression zones and the north and south the expansion zones, the loop at the top representing the Taurus field. The Celtic cross, east to west compression zones and north to south expansion zones, the circle representing the cubing of the sphere around the reactor. A beautiful Native American one, the eagle's wings represent the east to west compression zones. Note the lovely use of red and blue shift colours. Right hand rule in, left hand rule out. The north and south representing the expansion zones. The halo is the cube sphere. A lovely Japanese example, east to west compression, north to south expansion. Note the use of a deity representing the reactor, and the halo with directional flow arrows. Another fine example, east to west compression, north to south expansion. Excellent use of the red and blue parts of the spectrum and a very ornate piece. A lovely gold example, notice the spirals indicating the flow, east to west compression, north to south expansion. The reactor represented by the dot in the centre. A Maltese cross type example, east to west compression, north to south expansion. Lovely use of a ruby for the reactor at the centre, and the gates in the north, south, east and west represented by the circles. The common theme here is that everyone knew what it all represented, and now so do you. We knew this, you will remember. Hello, and welcome to APM Research, the 144,000, the Creator's Glory. First, I would like to apologise to the rest of the team and you the people for the delays in releasing this video. Real life situations are giving me less computer time, but it has also given me time to reflect, which we will get into later. If you have been following our research, you will see how we have decoded the Creator's glory to be technology in the underworld and at the scripturally mentioned gates in the north, south, east and west. This technology has made its configuration very obvious with the sun and moon halos, and within holy books and many other avenues when decoded correctly. These are the scripturally mentioned angels, Anunnaki, cherubim, seraphim, Elohim, and many other names depending on the culture describing it. What you are all describing is the same Creator's glory. What we have decoded and revealed is going to shock you to the core. There is nothing in this world that can prepare you for what our research is revealing, and there is nothing you learned at school that can even begin to explain it. That being said, we have grown up being accustomed to technology, and with our guidance, research and decodings, and the science of Walter Russell, we can explain and piece this together for you to understand what Walter's work actually relates to. The Creator's glory. The angel technologies of the underworld that we have been decoding for some time now. Our research and decodings will guide you to the connections and true meanings of a great many subjects that all relate to the same conclusions. This is a technological construct which reveals a very intelligent creator. We apologise in advance for what you will experience as you absorb our research and decodings, as we know this is going to be a very painful process for some of you to come to terms with and comprehend. But do not despair, for the Creator and creation are indeed very real, as our research is proving. This information and knowledge is yours. It is everyone's. The Creator wanted you to know all of this. It was passed on from our ancestors in many ways so we never forget. Because there is an event that happens every 400 years. This event is a reset event, a change in our world's mechanisms. Now mainstream are going to call this event a pole shift event. We call it the Dark Ages in our history because this event can cause memory loss, genetic change, and of course the destruction we see recorded in history, and also what holy books and prophecies describe. Unscrupulous people can take advantage of these events, and that is what we are seeing in history. What we decoded from the Book of Miracles helped us to decode this reset and some of the changes the world will see. This includes seeing the sun halo. This is the angel technology revealing itself. Our end times, revelations and prophecy decoded videos will help you see and understand some of these events. From what we see, the Creator's glory has never adequately been explained until now. And it is this glory we have been revealing over the past 4 years. This glory, when decoded correctly, matches the technology and working descriptions of the technology man is calling a particle accelerator. What we are revealing is that they were already here. There are 144,000 to locate, and we are going to help you locate them all. Our research also shows you the science and knowledge the ancients used, as they understood the workings of this world very well. So from here on in, when I use the name angel, just remember I refer to the technology man calls a particle accelerator. To the tribes of the world, please take this information to your tribal leaders, and they will know I speak the sacred knowledge of the unspoken things. They will remember this, and they will know the signs. Show them this video, it is so very important, because religion, spirituality, tribal dances, glyphs, sacred geometry, prophecies, jewellery, songs, mandalas, which are your blueprints to your world, Even your flags and a great many other things are there to remind you what this world is and how it works. You will see many of these aforementioned topics come to life in our research and decodings as we explore our true world and put everything back into its original context so you can understand what it all really relates to. We're going to start with some updates on the 400-year reset. If you haven't seen our other videos on this subject, they are in our playlist. Here's Amanda.
Hello everyone, my name is Amanda, otherwise known as Boris Chops. I've been following APM Research for 2 years now with keen interest. To me, it's by far the closest research to reality that I've come across in regards to world mechanics and decodings of the clues the ancients left us in their art and writings. Today we are going to take a deeper look into DNA and the effects the environment can have on it in the present and in the past, including some of the errors that can occur. From the moment fertilisation occurs, the cells begin to divide, creating new cells from existing ones. The cells of the embryo divide rapidly, and so the embryo is quickly to become a fetus, a tiny human complete with internal organs and body system comprising tissues made up of specialist cell types. It's the genetic code that controls these early developmental processes. After birth, there is another period of rapid growth, new cells constantly forming by repeated cell division. DNA is primarily located within the nucleus of each cell, where it is contained in structures known as chromosomes. Each plant and animal and human cell has a copy of the organism's genetic material. This DNA carries a complete blueprint of the characteristics from one generation to the next. The differences between plants, animals and humans are pretty obvious, but at the chemical level, the core cells have DNA in the same shape as the double helix and are made from the same 4 chemical building blocks called nucleotides. What could possibly go wrong?
Conjoined twins Lazarus and Johannes Baptista were born in 1617 in Genoa, Italy, and lived their life touring the freak shows in 17th century Europe. Johannes was growing out of Lazarus' chest and could not speak or hardly move, but just made slight noises. Lazarus was known to be courteous and handsome. He married and fathered 2 children, none of which inherited his condition. Josephine Corbin was born on the 12th of May 1868 to normal parents, although physicians noted the parents looked more like kin. Her disorder gave her 2 separate pelvises side by side from the waist down as a result of her body axis splitting as it developed. Only her outer legs were strong enough to walk, as the centre pair were too weak. Josephine worked as a performer in the sideshows and had 5 children with her husband James. Ella Harper, known as the Camel Girl, was born on the 5th of January 1870 with a rare condition that caused her knees to bend backwards. This disorder is called congenital genu recurvatum. Her preference to walk on all 4s was what resulted in her nickname. She made good money performing, but gave it up to pursue other interests and later married and bore 1 daughter called Mabel. Bill Dirks, aka the man with 3 eyes, was born in April of 1913 to completely normal parents,
Bill suffered from a disorder called frontonasal dysplasia, which gave him a deep cleft going down the middle of his face, resulting in the illusion of having two faces. Although pictured here as having a third eye, Bill actively used to paint on an eye in the cavity as part of his stage act. Bill married a fellow performer called Mildred, aka the alligator-skinned woman. It should be noted that none of the offspring born to these interesting people inherited the disorders that their parents bore.
Well, nothing in life is perfect, so let's take a look at what can cause defects and mutations in this very fragile system. DNA polymerase enzymes are amazingly particular with respect to their choice of nucleotides during DNA synthesis, ensuring that the bases added to a growing strand are correctly paired with their complements on the template strand. Nonetheless, these enzymes do make mistakes, at a rate of 1 per every 100,000 nucleotides. Incorrectly paired nucleotides that still remain following mismatch self-repair become permanent mutations after the next cell division. This is because once such mistakes are established, the cell no longer recognises them as errors. When these mistakes are not corrected, the incorrectly sequenced DNA strand serves as a template for future replication events, causing all the base pairings thereafter to be wrong. Although most mutations are believed to be caused by replication errors, they can also be caused by various environmentally induced and spontaneous changes to DNA, like weather, diet, chemicals, radiation, and even negative thoughts. These causes are known as mutagens, and in modern times we are surrounded by influences that permanently mutate our genes. By looking back through history, what could be causing the mutations documented in old writings and art? As covered in the End Time series of videos, we can see evidence of this happening long before radio, Wi-Fi and television transmissions were invented. Even a simple little plant like the clover can be infected by environment alone. This plant, for the most part, produces 3 leaves, with the odd exception of 4. However, a particularly hot summer can alter the DNA, so it keeps producing more 4-leaved versions of itself. I myself found my first 4-leaf clover in the midst of a heat wave when I was 44. With environmental factors in mind, let's take a look at an interesting discovery made by Jon Thorsson, an Icelandic meteorologist, in 1951. He found what appeared to be, at first glance, a herd of small, furry creatures moving very slowly around in a uniform manner, but on closer inspection realised that they were actually squishy pillows of moss that were not attached by any roots. He named his find glacier mice, which they are still known as today. In more recent years, these glacier mice have been tracked and monitored to try and find out exactly what they're up to. Over a period of 2 months, a selection of around 30 of the herd were tagged and monitored, and it became apparent that their movements were not just random, but rather a group effort following a certain predictable pattern. Unlike tumbleweeds that are just blowing around in the wind, these mossy little critters are rolling together at the same rate of 2.5 centimetres per day. Upon revisiting the glacier mice over the year, they could all be seen to travel slowly to the south, then start to speed up and deviate to the west before slowing down again towards west. We have looked at nature's patterns of motion previously in APM Research and see it with many animal and plant species. Glacier mice will not just grow anywhere, their environment has to be just right. They can be found in Iceland, Alaska, Chile, Svalbard and Venezuela, and can live between 5 and 6 years. Mainstream science still cannot fully explain this natural phenomenon away with just solar radiation and temperature reactions alone. In this era of high tech that we find ourselves, is it any wonder that there is an increase in genetic disorders and so many different types of cancer? It has long been foretold that this is not the way we should be living for the good of humanity, the animals and the earth. In 1958, on a hot summer's day, a minister named David Young stopped to offer a ride to an Indian elder, who accepted with a nod. After riding for several minutes, the Indian said, "I am White Feather, a Hopi of the ancient Bear clan. In my long life I have travelled through this land, seeking my brothers and learning from them many things of wisdom. I have followed all the sacred paths of my people who inhabit the forests and many lakes in the east, the land of ice and the long nights in the north, and the places of the holy altars built many years ago by my brothers' fathers in the south. From all these I have heard stories of the past and the prophecies of the future. Today many of the prophecies have turned to stories, and a few are left. The past grows longer and the future grows shorter. This is the first sign. We are told of the coming of the white-skinned men, like Pahana but not living like Pahana men, who took the land that was not theirs, and men who struck their enemies with thunder. The second sign. Our lands will see the coming of spinning wheels filled with voices. In his youth my father saw this prophecy come true with his own eyes, which was the white man bringing their families in wagons across the prairies. The third sign. A strange beast like buffalo, but with long horns, will overrun the land in large numbers. These White Feather saw with his own eyes, which was the coming of the white men's cattle. The fourth sign. The land shall be crossed with snakes of iron. The fifth sign. The land shall be crisscrossed by a giant spider's web. The sixth sign. The land shall be crisscrossed with rivers of stone that make pictures in the sun. The seventh sign. You will hear of the sea turning black and many living things dying because of it. The eighth sign. You will see many youth who wear their hair long, like my people, come and join the tribal nations to learn their ways and wisdom. And this is the ninth sign. You will hear of a dwelling place in the heavens above the earth that shall fall with a great crash. It will appear as a blue star. Very soon after this, the ceremonies of my people will cease. Many of my people, understanding the prophecies, shall be safe. There will be much to rebuild, and soon, very soon, afterwards Pahana will return. He shall bring with him the dawn of the fifth world. But White Feather shall not see it. I am old and dying. Perhaps you will see it in time. The old Indian fell silent. They had arrived at his destination, and Reverend Young stopped to let him out of his car. The Reverend died in 1976, so did not live to see the further fulfilment of this remarkable prophecy. The signs interpreted as follows. The first sign is of guns. The second is of the pioneers' covered wagons. The third sign is the longhorn cattle. The fourth sign describes the railroad tracks. The fifth sign is a clear image of our electric power and phone wires. The sixth sign describes concrete highways and their mirage-producing effects. The seventh sign foretells of oil spills in the oceans. The eighth sign clearly indicates the hippie movement of the 60s. The ninth sign was the US Skylab that fell to the ground in 1979, which, according to an Australian eyewitness, appeared to be a burning blue light. The Hopi also predicted that when the heart of the Hopi Land Trust is dug up, great disturbances will develop in the balance of nature, for the Hopi land is a microcosmic image of the entire world. Any violations of nature in the Four Corners regions will be reflected and amplified all over the earth. The Hopi Indians are the keepers of the Native Americans. They call this age the fourth age of man, and according to them, the earth has been wiped clean 3 times already. First by fire, second by ice, and most recently by flood, approximately 11,000 to 12,000 years ago. They also state we are about to enter the 5th age, which they called the world of illumination, which seems to coincide with the dawning of the age of Aquarius. Hobbies say we need to return to the earth, and one way to do that is to restore our bodies to health by eating natural grain, wheat, rice and corn. We need to stop fighting each other, as the people are not the enemy, the corporations are the enemy, as they are greedy and take profits now without regard to the future or environment. The Hopi are fully aware of the Earth's cycles and effects on living beings and plant life. They try to live and encourage others to live within nature rather than against it, to ensure our survival through an end times event, which they see as a new beginning. We are creating now what our tomorrow shall be. A few wise words and accurate predictions there from the Hopi people, who share their knowledge to try and help us all and Mother Earth, although ultimately we are at the mercy of Earth's cycles. In the 1800s, a very important discovery was made by Gregor Johann Mendel, a friar from the Augustinian Abbey of St. Thomas in the Czech Republic, but was not realised until after his death. There he grew and studied the common pea plant, Pisum sativum, and crossbred many different plant combinations, observing and recording several different characteristics of plants. He noted seeds, colour, shape, stem length, position of flowers on the stem, and the colour of the pods. He did this with such intricate detail across several generations that he was able to determine that the transmitted traits he observed resembled either one plant or the other, and not an amalgamation of the two, as scientists before him had assumed. Over a period of 8 years, he conducted experiments on his pea plants to determine how this happens. He published his findings in 1865, when he concluded that there were 3 laws that determined how traits are inherited: the law of dominance, the law of segregation, and the law of independent assortment. This type of biological inheritance is still known as Mendelian inheritance and has been added to over the years by subsequent scientists. Mendel's work lives on today in our understanding of the different patterns of inheritance. We now know that the unit of hereditary that he observed to convey a trait from the generation to the next is in fact a gene. Today, geneticists construct pedigrees and look for clues that might reveal how a particular trait or disease is being transmitted, either autosomal or sex-linked, and dominant or recessive. These studies are still going on, so there is still much to learn, as we know from the reported 2% DNA they label as junk DNA. Surely it has a purpose. In genetics, we see the study of hereditary traits transmitted through the DNA from one generation to the next. However, what matters in epigenetics are the chemical tags interspersed throughout the genetic code that can impact upon the way the genes work. In other words, epigenetics is the study of the chemical modification to the DNA and the effects they have on the genome. Unlike DNA itself, a small number of these tags are passed on to the next generation, but mostly the epigenetic slate is wiped clean, or so it is thought. The importance of epigenetics in our health and well-being is becoming clearer every year that goes by. During the Dutch famine of 1944 to 1945, 20,000 people were reported to have died of starvation. A number of women were pregnant during this time, and research followed these women and babies in order to understand the consequences of adverse nutrition in mothers' and babies' long-term health. The results showed that the children in the Dutch Hunger Winter Cohort study grew up to have higher levels of cholesterol in their blood, a risk factor of heart disease and stroke, and higher incidence of obesity, diabetes and mental health problems such as schizophrenia. They were followed well into their 60s, and it seems the individuals had a higher rate of mortality compared with others their age, whose mothers were not victims of a famine.
Pictured here is Audrey Hepburn, the actress, and her mother, Baroness Ella van Hemstra. Ella was Dutch and the family were caught up in the 1944 to 1945 famine. Audrey had lifelong negative repercussions, suffering from anemia, respiratory illness and fluid retention as an adult.
Researchers studied their DNA profiles and found a different pattern in them, raising the possibility that epigenetic memory somehow mediated the link between poor nutrition in the womb and later adverse effects upon health. Exactly how this happens is still a mystery. Scientists hope that epigenetics will give the answers to questions such as how does environmental exposure to certain factors alter the fundamental workings of the DNA and what happens to these processes in the course of a human life. It is well known that identical twins are not fundamentally alike, yet they have the same genetic code. So what accounts for the differences? It has long been thought that twins' environment, exposures to certain factors such as environment, sleep, illness and trauma are disparate between twins. So in the context of nature versus nurture, epigenetics is emerging as a main driver behind the effect of environmental exposure on our health. It plays an important role early in life during embryonic development and is a key factor in organ development.
Lovely presentation and updates on the 400-year reset, Amanda. What Amanda is showing you are the cyclic events of this reset humanity has to face every 400 years. There are several afflictions humanity undergoes in this realm, and this is just one of them. DNA change due to a reset event, of which we will go deeper into later. The map and grid you see on screen are the map and model we work with. We have come to find the international date lines are fake, hiding where the luminaries come from and go to, and anything else beyond. They are a mental block, the edge of the globe. The Arctic and Antarctic restrictions are not the only locations hiding more secrets. No shipping or aircraft cross the international date lines. The data is being flipped to appear to be. They are really using routes in the north over Greenland to cross the map, and the same must be happening in the south. GPS your flight and compare it to the flipped data recordings found on Flight Radar 24. World War II was all about taking control of the perimeters, and it has never stopped. In 1947, a US fleet sailed to Antarctica in search of Nazi war criminals. A year later, the US built the world's first nuclear power station. Admiral Byrd mentioned lands south of the South Pole. He was not speaking of the globe. On Antarctica, here's one conscience.
Mainstream science news. High energy particles discovered in Antarctica. Scientists are baffled. What do they actually do to earn their paychecks? They spend most of their time baffled. Always baffled because they are so compartmentalized, they cannot understand the full picture. They are stuck decoding data and attempting to use a globe model. They will continue to be baffled, which is sad because they can't see the full picture under this guise. They will always have more questions than answers, and that's too bad considering how much they probably paid for their degree. So, our baffled scientists have been studying a fountain of high-energy particles using NASA instruments in Antarctica, and may have discovered evidence of what they are calling proof of a universe parallel to our own. Well, I'm disagreeing with that. However, let's continue to see what they're talking about. The baffling discovery of cosmic ray-like particles streaming from the ice was first dismissed by scientists as background noise. This was detected in 2014 and 2016 by NASA's Antarctic Impulsive transient antenna, also known as ANITA. The ANITA experiment has been designed to study ultra-high energy cosmic neutrinos, detecting the radio pulses emitted by their interactions with the Antarctic ice sheet. This is to be accomplished by using an array of radio antennas suspended from a helium balloon flying at a height of about 37,000 meters, which is about 122,000 feet in the air. The neutrinos, which are subatomic particles with a mass close to zero, produce radio pulses in the ice because of the Icarian effect. This effect is also known as Icarian radiation, and is the phenomenon where a particle is traveling faster than the phase velocity of light in a dense dielectric, such as salt or ice. This Icarian effect produces a shower of secondary charged particles which contain a Sherrod anisotropy and thus emits a cone of coherent radiation in the radio or microwave part of the electromagnetic spectrum. So what is really going on here is the neutrinos are neutral particles, and when it enters the angel below, it then becomes a positive or negative, which is the secondary charged particle they are talking about. They will then come up from the ground into the cones, which is where ANITA is then collecting the data and recording when each of these angels come online. We can see this in the corrected diagram I made. Also note that when the opposing force comes into the equation, we get what is called a bow shock. We will go more into detail about that here shortly. So of course scientists are baffled that the particles in Antarctica are streaming from the ground up, a feat normally considered impossible for high energy particles. They have stated they resemble an upside down cosmic ray shower, and it looked just like a cosmic ray as seen a reflection off the ice sheet, but wasn't being reflected. They said it was as if the cosmic ray had come out of the ground itself. As you can see in the animation, this is really the effect they are seeing. As we delve deeper into this information, we discover this observatory is buried a mile deep into the ice. A cosmic ray observatory buried into the underworld should raise some flags with you all. I know it does for me. So they are saying they are observing some of the most distant and violent phenomenon in the cosmos, such as colliding black holes, galaxies with superviolent cores, and mysterious gamma ray bursts. All this is being observed from down in the earth. Let that sink in for just a moment. Let's see what this observatory looks like. What it seems that's really going on here is they are digging down into one of our angel rooms. What they're talking about is the happenings in the underworld. Here they show us what they say is coming down from outer space, but when we switch it over to our map, it makes a lot more sense. We can see the below going to the above, connecting and coming back down. This is how the halos are created. So what they have been talking about are the cones that we have been working with from Walter Russell's work. The height of the halos and the cone angles, along with the power being generated, will each have a different effect. These are created by the angels, or what mainstream now calls particle accelerators, as we have stated before. This is science's feeble attempt to try to deceive us with outer space and alternate universe theories to fulfill their agenda. When you have APM eyes, it is easy to understand what scientists are talking about and be able to show the cause of the effects. We also see this mirroring in our stars. When I plotted these across the map, we realized that we see a perfect mirror in the heavens. We can see this in this example. Scientists say all this could have been created in the Big Bang. Well, this mirroring is true with all luminaries, and the Big Bang would be the turning on of this glory. Think on a grand scale of electricity, magnetism, and chemical reactions. The halo lattice is one way we can see this. In the atmosphere, it has been recorded of threefold rotational symmetrical crystal particles that are inconsistent of the known ice particles of hexagonal symmetry. What these are consistently seen in, though, are the periarc halos, and show that they have a distinct radiative properties that differ from hexagonal ice crystals. Now remember, what is above is below. So if we see this all together, all turned on and all working at once, it would be similar to what you're seeing here. The as above, so below would still hold true, and the mirroring would still be the same. Below we have all the causes occurring, and above we see the effects. This is the Big Bang.
I have been gazing into the vortex, probing it, decoding its secrets and sharing them with you. Since my very first video nearly 5 years ago, I have been decoding what the Milky Way is, how it works and interacts with our environment, what it is responsible for and what its effects are. I have revealed its presence in data, identified and modelled how it is involved in our seasons, explained what the spirals and glyphs represent, how I termed its functions as the spiralling pressure waves of electromagnetism, how its function is locked in between the tropics of Capricorn and Cancer, and a whole lot more. I have practically written the book on what the Milky Way is. Now this information is being heavily suppressed in this community. These people that aren't sharing it are holding you back, and for all the wrong reasons. This information should be shared far and wide. It is world-changing information and very important. Our Milky Way is a spiraling vortex of alternating current. It programs the ether and the waters, and yes, I said programs. The electric dipoles that exist in air and water are constantly being programmed with positives and negatives of various potentials and colour. Different colours of the spectrum contain different electric potential. We live and breathe in a sea of alternating current, ladies and gentlemen. This was termed the ether or quintessence in ancient times. When I gazed into this spiraling vortex, I saw what Nikola Tesla and Walter Russell saw. I experienced their revelations and realizations. It is overwhelming, in more ways than I can describe. But I continue on and try to show in my research and explanations how we are revealing the Creator's glory, because this is what it is a part of. It is the primary driver in this realm. In 2D it looks like a sine wave, which in 3D is a spiral. It is our Milky Way, or Milky Wave as I call it. It has many names, as you can see on screen, and features in every culture's knowledge. In my first video I added these sine waves. Later in our Heaven and Hell video I decoded the Milky Way as a sine wave, and in our interview with Robin. I showed an animation of what the waveforms are doing. They also featured in our Angels Decoded video. This is Rahu and Ketu, the Yin Yang, and many other names. Now in 3D what we are working with are spirals, and this is what they look like. What they are doing is rotating the ether across a horizontal plane. This mixes the positives and negatives, which not only help create daylight, but helps power our sun and other luminaries. It is also alternating current. During the day the moon takes second place. There are two spirals which help power our sun. The moon gives its light to the sun, Enoch mentions. This means that the sun is king, and takes priority, which is why our moon isn't illuminated during the day. By night there is only one half of the waveform present, our Milky Way, which is what gives the moon its light. The second waveform has shut down to create what we call night, but will start again at the next sunrise, you can be assured. You may be surprised to find that you can have daylight without a sun. The sun is its own light, as is the moon. Both rely on these primary drivers, spiraling forces that work together to create day and night. There are obviously other waveforms to decode for each major luminary, as the speed they cross the plane with varies greatly. And I think this is related to different waveforms, different frequencies and different wavelengths. The shortwave luminaries seem to take longer to travel across. Here's Sandra with some lovely research.
As most of you probably know, the dragon is represented in many forms throughout the world, and this is for a very special reason. A reason you must never forget. Here is some of your memory back from APM Research, and this is what it represents. In what is perhaps one of the most popular traditions in Chinese culture, the dragon dance comes to life every Chinese New Year. The dragon dance is performed by a team forming a long flexible figure of a dragon with 9 performers, each holding up a section of the dragon. We at APM Research believe these 9 performers are representative of the 9 octaves from Walter Russell's chart, and also the venturi on Walter Russell's motor. But most importantly, it represents the sine wave we decoded from the Milky Way. During the dance, the dragon will weave and undulate to the beat of a percussion band, just as our sine wave does. Sometimes the dance includes 2 dragons, a male and a female. We at APM Research believe these to represent the positive and negative sine waves. In the dragon dance, along with the 9 performers holding the dragon, there is another performer ahead of the dragon holding a spherical object known as the pearl. From the oldest ancient depictions of the pearl, the dragon is chasing the sun. As time passed, artists depicted the sun as white rather than red. Legend then said that the dragon was seeking the night shining pearl, which resembles the white form of the full moon. As the dragon devours the pearl, less and less of the pearl is seen, and appears as a waning moon. As the dragon disgorges the pearl, more and more of the pearl is seen, and now it appears as a waxing moon, and this is thought to symbolize the endless cycle of transition. Today, several independent researchers connect both the enclosing serpent and primordial sun to the axis mundi, a column said to have once risen from the earth to the sky. This suggests that the cross-cultural theme of the glowing serpent and orb might have been inspired by intense plasma discharge in the atmosphere, perhaps comparable to the aurora, but much more powerful. Because the dragon is a special animal from the east, the pearl would suggest it represents the sun. But we know different, don't we, FPV? Let's take another look at the pearly gates. It now gives me great pleasure to introduce to you again the 12 pearly gates of heaven. The 12 gates in Revelation 21 belong to the New Jerusalem, which comes down from heaven to the new earth, verse 10. Shining with the glory of God, verse 11. John describes the city. It had a great high wall with 12 gates, and with 12 angels at the gates. On the gates were written the names of the 12 tribes of Israel, verse 12. The gates are miraculous in their construction. The 12 gates were 12 pearls, each gate made of one single pearl, verse 21. And the gates of the New Jerusalem will never be shut, verse 25. The pearl was esteemed of the greatest value among the ancients. It is an appropriate emblem of the highest truth. It is the only precious stone which the art and skill of man cannot improve. Introducing the 3 gates in the north, the gate of Reuben, the gate of Judah, and the gate of Levi. Introducing the 3 gates in the east, the gate of Joseph, the gate of Benjamin, and the gate of Dan. Introducing the 3 gates in the south, the gate of Simeon, the gate of Issachar, and the gate of Zebulun. Introducing the 3 gates in the west, the gate of Gad, the gate of Asher, and the gate of Naphtali. The gates of the New Jerusalem never close. There are eternal safety and peace in the New Jerusalem. There are no enemies to shut the gates against. Access to the heavenly kingdom on the new earth is free and unhindered, and the glory and honour of the nations will be brought into it. Revelation 21:26. The gates face every direction of the compass, and their perpetual openness invites everyone to partake of the goodness of God's grace. See Revelation 22:17. Welcome to the realm. When we look back into human history, it wasn't just the Chinese that carried forward the ancient messages for us to decipher. Many different cultures show us the sine wave. The Aztecs, Inca, Egyptian, Roman, Mayan and Aborigines all left us messages to decipher. It's the Creator's glory in many forms. The Rainbow Serpent, an Aboriginal story from Australia. Long ago in the Dreamtime, a group of Aboriginals were out hunting. After many hours they grew tired and decided to rest, and as they sat around telling stories and warming their hands by the fire, one of them looked up. There on the horizon was a beautiful multicoloured arch, a rainbow. But the Aboriginals thought that it was a serpent moving from one waterhole to another, and they were frightened as they did not want the huge brightly coloured serpent in a waterhole near their camp. But they were grateful that he did not seem to be moving too near their own waterhole. One young man wanted to know more about the rainbow serpent, so when he returned home he asked the old men of his tribe why the hunters had been scared of the rainbow serpent. The old men told him that the rainbow serpent was one of the Dreamtime creatures who had shaped the earth. In the beginning the earth was flat. As the rainbow serpent wound his way across the land, the movement of his body formed the mountains and the valleys where the rivers lived. He was the biggest of the Dreamtime beings, and his power scared even the other Dreamtime creatures. At last, tired with the effort of shaping the earth, the rainbow serpent crawled into a waterhole, where he lay in the cool water, which soothed him and softened the bright colours of his body. Each time the animals visited the waterhole, they were careful not to disturb the water, for although they could not see him, they knew he was there. He only came out after heavy rainstorms, when his waterhole was disturbed, and when the sun touched his coloured body. Then he rose up from the waterhole and travelled over the treetops, up through the clouds and across the plain to another waterhole. The people were very fearful that he was angry and would churn up the land once again, so they were very quiet and still as he moved to his new home. Once he was there, he disappeared beneath the water again and was not to be seen. That is why Aboriginals are careful not to disturb the rainbow serpent, as they see him going across the sky from one waterhole to another. We hope you can see that every culture has left clues to how this world works. In modern times it has been stolen from you all, but we are giving it back to you and helping you to see the glory it represents.
So what is our ether doing, you must be thinking? The ether, or dielectric, is basically a giant capacitor that is constantly changing polarities due to the mechanics of the angel technologies. So what our spirals are doing is rotating the positives and negatives. This is what I would call alternating current. Nikola Tesla didn't invent alternating current, he just termed it so. Our Milky Way, which I decoded as a sine wave, is actually a giant spiral in 3D that has constantly programmed the ether with positives and negatives with various colour and potential. This is alternating current. It is all around us. All of the angels' halos are also doing the exact same role, creating AC electric, which can be seen being utilised during a tornado or waterspout activity. Nikola Tesla's vortex mass is directly connected to this process, as it represents the alternating current and its potentials. This is where our world chakras tie in with the Milky Way. Using Tesla vortex maths and looking from the East Gates area, you can see how the vortex maths is utilised. This amazing knowledge shows us the chakras are key locations harvesting the positives and negatives of maximum potential. The alternating current from the ether at key areas within this matrix. We believe they are also synced with other waveforms that interact and change at the solstices and equinoxes, such as pushing our sun further north for the 24-hour Arctic sun cycle. What they are basically doing is acting like a horizontal and vertical hold, guiding our luminaries east to west and back again across the heavens, in sync with where their spirit is being projected from. The spirit world is the electrical part of the process of electromagnetism. Whatever is contained within that field has no choice but to have its spirit projected 90 degrees in opposition of the physical halo and altar. The altar is where the sun's true self is projected from, as magnetic Eve elevates the electric atom above and creates those signatures of the angels, luminaries, halos and rainbows. Our sun uses positives during the day and our moon uses negatives by night. This is why the moon self-illuminates at night and appears washed out during the day. Enoch mentions the moon gives its light to the sun. This is why. Positives during the day and negatives during the night. This also applies to the ether and waters. It's raining men, or positives during the day, and it is raining women on negatives during the night. It is constantly alternating and being programmed with information, colour and electrical potential 24/7. The chakras and Milky Way spiral are activating and deactivating switching mechanisms that are in sync with the movement of the luminaries. Day and night are controlled from within this spiral. Ancient sites are connected to these events because of what resides below there, the angel technologies. Let us now finish our decode of the Great Pyramid of Giza. Gate 5 of the World Chakras. From our last video, you will remember I decoded the King's and Queen's chamber shafts to be antennas tuned to specific frequencies. These are designed to harness positives by day and negatives by night, hence one side having the King above the Queen and the other side having the Queen above the King. Using magnetic declination, these can be tuned specifically to any region. So one side of the pyramid harnesses the positives during the day and the other side harnesses the negative during the night. This means there is a definite switching of polarities which can be proven in the real world. I tested this myself using a solar panel. During the day it pumped air into a bucket of water. At night it switched and actually started cycling the water towards the air pump. To stop this you can add a blocking diode, however, shouldn't we just reverse its configuration for that use to make it a 24/7 free energy device? Start experimenting, people. So on with the decode. For this part we are revisiting the Great Pyramid to complete the picture. Now if you remember the niches in the King's and Queen's chamber, I connected those to the same process decoded in Walter Russell's motor. They are doing the same process of generating alternating current using water and pressure. To decode the pyramid, we now add the missing parts. I could see from Brian Foster's video that the chambers inside had definitely been exposed to water, so what I needed was the pump system to make this work. I came across this animation made by Edward J. Kunkel that termed this ram water jet design as a Pharaoh's pump. He said it was part of how they built it. That may be the case, but its correct use and primary function is the pump system needed to cause the water to rise and fall in the King's and Queen's chambers. This effect is the same as the events taking place in Walter Russell's motor. You see, the niches are actually pressure zones that will emit an electrical pressure wave. This wave is harnessable alternating current of various potentials. How it works is the narrowings in the niches are venturis that cause a back pressure, which is basically a manufactured torus field, of which you have seen decoded in other works of mine. So we now have the motor and process to create the alternating current. The design is slightly different to Walter's motor, but still has the same principles. The heavy blocks above the King's and Queen chambers are there to create the back pressure needed to make this work, and will also be shaped like a venturi. This is the same as two poles on the Walter Russell motor. So what did they do with this alternating current, you ask? For a very big clue to that, we will visit Dendera further along the River Nile and decode this component. This bulb, as it has been termed, is actually something very unique and special. I decoded it as a mercury arc valve or rectifier. This is a type of electrical rectifier used for converting high voltage or high current alternating current, AC, into direct current, DC. And this is how you charge your batteries or run DC equipment. Thank you for that lovely animation, Sandra. Excellent work. The mercury arc rectifier is a type of cold cathode gas-filled tube, but it is unusual that the cathode, instead of being solid, is made from a pool of liquid mercury and is therefore self-restoring. As a result, mercury arc valves were much more rugged and long-lasting and could carry much higher currents than most other types of gas discharge tube. Some of these mercury arc rectifiers are still in use today. You see, mercury has a very good use in converting alternating current to direct current. This was obviously used extensively in ancient times. If you remember, I mentioned they found amounts of mercury below a pyramid in Mexico. You can now see its purpose, converting alternating current to direct current. So the Dendera light bulb now helps me decode a larger piece of the puzzle. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honour to present to you the Ark of the Covenant. The Ark of the Covenant is a mercury arc rectifier. It tells you this in your holy books. You will see me between the wings of angels. This is God. God is light, the electrical energy that is involved in the creation of all things. This creator is teaching science and knowledge, and how we as human beings can work with God to benefit humanity. To work with God requires you to know the rules of these electrical processes. God will work with you, not for you. Walter Russell. Edison's problems of sending DC current longer distance came with its problems, and fires were common. Tesla's idea was to send the alternating current to your homes and have the appliances convert it to DC electric current, which is for the most part still taking place today using semiconductors. So we are basically paying for the privilege of a spiral entering our homes and bringing appliances to life. Alternating current that is free and plentiful, that will never exhaust itself and has always been here since this construct's creation. Take this most sacred of knowledge and share it far and wide, for it belongs to you all. Our ancients knew this and left for us all the clues which we have decoded. My next step, of course, would have been to see how it can be harvested in more modern times. But someone else already figured this part out by identifying the spires on most buildings are actually there to harvest from the ether. They are antennas. I'm not sure who came to this conclusion, but it is 100% correct and very good research. Do let me know who discovered this so I can credit you correctly in our next video. Very well done. Excellent research. The missing component from your antenna decode is the mercury arc rectifier, or as replaced within modern times, a semiconductor. So the old world science and technology now meets the new world science and technology, and as you can see, they're very much the same. APM Research have decoded the ancients' understanding of the ether, the Milky Way, and how to harness and generate electricity, including the demonstrations and science required, and the structures used and what to look for. But what creates the winds are the same type of spiraling pressure waves in our world. You must watch our videos to understand more of the knowledge and science behind the Creator's glory. We decode Walter Russell science and show you what it actually relates to. And for our friend Roy, Vinnie St. Vincent, this one's for you. You need a mercury arc rectifier or semiconductor here, and this should help your alternating current conversion. I can't seem to get in touch with you, so I hope you find this and it helps you. Go forth and free humanity with this knowledge and new understanding of our construct's workings and how to harness it. This work of ours has become very sacred to us, for it is the truth and reality we have decoded, and we will protect it from outside interference, railroading, stealing and all the rest of it. Our truth is free, as the Creator intended it to be. Please share or mirror this research everywhere. It is the science and path to free energy and freedom. It is being heavily suppressed. For more information and explanations, do watch our videos, as they all contain a rolling research and decode of this construct and its workings. What APM Research release is for free. It is real, honest, genuine research, and you will need the science of Walter Russell to understand this world and its workings, of which we are decoding and presenting to you, the world audience. And now we are going to decode rainbows for you. Here's Danielle.
I'm going to share a few things about rainbows, such as the way refraction causes us to perceive them, and demonstrate with a few clips of my own where I made rainbows with my garden hose. Then I'll discuss some related topics and historical and mythological information. When I recorded rainbows I made with my garden hose, if the sunlight hitting the water droplets came in from a low altitude, I could see the entire rainbow as a full circle in front of me, appearing vertically. As the sun gained in altitude, the rainbow would gradually tilt downward, its face always remaining parallel to the location of the sun. In this diagram, the sun is at 60 degrees in altitude, so the top of the rainbow would appear to be 30 degrees from the ground. There is always a straight line connecting the sun, the lens of the observer's eye or camera lens, and the center of the circle, which is called the antisolar point. In my video clips, I added diagrams to show the observed tilt of the rainbow in relation to the degree of the sun's altitude to the horizon at the moment each clip was recorded. Although you would never see a rainbow from the side, I turned them this way to demonstrate the angle. Here I am standing outside the rainbow, and it is easy to see the full circle because the sun is about 43.5 degrees above the horizon, so the top of the rainbow has about 46.5 degrees of tilt away from horizontal. A few minutes after I switched to a pump sprayer to see how the finer mist would appear, and the angle is about the same. Here the sun is much closer to being overhead, just over 72 degrees, and you can see I'm standing well within the circle of the rainbow. I can no longer see the entire thing unless I turn around. In this clip, the sun is about 61.5 degrees in altitude. This rainbow appears similar to the one in the last clip, however I'm standing closer to the edge. And in this clip, the sun is at a very low angle, so the rainbow is quite vertical in appearance. With the dark background, we can see a more vivid secondary bow. While making this presentation, I realized I had put to rest an assertion common with some flat earthers, which suggests that we must have a solid firmament between us and the sun to be able to see a curved rainbow. This idea seems to be supported by what is observed when white light is passed through a prism to reveal the color spectrum. With a flat-sided prism, the resulting rainbow appears straight, and typically using prisms indoors out of direct sunlight won't reveal a curved rainbow. It then might seem logical that a firmament must be the curved prism making the curved rainbow. The answer is actually very simple. A rainbow is formed in 3 dimensions, although we perceive it in 2. This illustration by Isaac Newton is useful to visualize that because he drew the bow using dots to represent water droplets. After it rains, the air is full of water droplets over a large 3-dimensional area, and each droplet potentially refracts sunlight. The colored bands apparent to our eyes are not flat circles. They actually form a cone, with the circular end farthest away from you, and the point at your eye. The light inside is still being sent back to your eye. It is just received as white, so the rainbow looks like a hollow circle, with the area of sky visible inside the primary bow appearing brighter than the outside. According to the law of refraction, each color's frequency is refracted at its own specific angle when exiting the water droplet. All of the droplets, at about 42 degrees in any direction in your field of view from the antisolar point, will appear red to you, and each other band of color you see is in order according to its corresponding angle of refraction. The closer a droplet is to your eye, the more narrow your field of view is at that distance, so less actual distance from the center is needed to reach the specific degree of refraction for color. This is how the cone of color is formed. Each droplet does refract all of the visible color spectrum, but again, the color revealed to your eye is solely dependent on its angle from your eye to the antisolar point. I was surprised to find there is still debate over the physics behind how the visible spectrum is revealed to the eye in some situations, especially in the case of the glory, which is another way the visible electromagnetic spectrum is revealed. With the glory, the effect is caused by the sunlight shining onto very fine water droplets or particulates much smaller than rain droplets, such as clouds or fog or even smoke. Just like the rainbows I demonstrated, the glory you see is only centered on your head. If you take a photo of a glory or a rainbow that you make with your hose, the rainbow in the photo is not the same one you see with your eyes. It is centered on the camera's lens. The size of the glory depends on the size of the particulates. The smaller the particulates, the larger the glory. Glories are frequently spotted from the windows of airplanes, and the person looking at it will have the section of the plane's shadow that marks their location in the plane centered on the glory. Although the glory can be different sizes, the plane's shadow will still get smaller in size as it gains in distance, as it normally would on any cloud. Glories are different from rainbows because the way they are said to appear is by diffraction, not refraction. A glory is sometimes called a Brocken glory or a Brocken specter when the observer's shadow is visually stretched and appears as a phantom with the glory around its head. These are named after Brocken, the highest mountain peak in Germany, where the specter is frequently seen, because it is common to find yourself standing above fog, and when the sun is at a very low angle, you can see your shadow cast down onto the fog. If your shadow is accompanied by a glory, and it looks to your eye that the glory is on a far hill or peak, you can get an optical illusion that your shadow stretches across the entire distance. The way the colors of the rainbow are taught is attributed to Isaac Newton's experiments with light. There are varying ideas on why he chose to include indigo when describing the rainbow, considering the other colors are all primary and secondary, with the secondary ones appearing because of the overlapping areas between the primary colors. But indigo is a tertiary color, a combination of the primary color blue and the secondary color violet, and it is the only tertiary color he included. In reality, the visible spectrum includes a vast array of colors, so why didn't he include the tertiary colors between red and orange, yellow and green and blue? I find it quite ironic how much art depicting Newton, even in science education graphics, does not include indigo, and marketing graphics rarely include it. Newton concluded white light must be a combination of 7 colors. Suggested reasons he may have felt that way range from an esoteric need for the number 7 to his desire to reconcile the spectrum with the 7 notes on the musical scale. His color wheel is also said to have been made with artists in mind for choosing complementary colors, but with the letters A through G highlighted around the perimeter, it appears the music note theory is likely a major consideration. Newton's wheel is used frequently to discuss rainbows, and it also has his 7 color choices as the only colors named. I wonder why he gives equal area to all the colors except orange and indigo, which are smaller but still equal in size, although logically the secondary colors would overlap much larger area between primaries than the tertiary colors would. It's possible Newton designed his color wheel in a circle based on his thought that there was a cyclical nature to the color spectrum. Previous to Newton, the rainbow was commonly described with 5 colors: red, yellow, green, blue, and violet. But Newton was impressed with Pythagoras' idea that there is a connection between color and music, and Pythagoras is attributed with the 7 natural music notes. He felt 7 was a magical number that made connections between otherwise seemingly unconnected things, like color and music, because the sum of spiritual things represented by the number 3 and material things represented by the number 4 is 7. Even today, we see the constant refusal to connect those two, especially in science and medicine. On Walter Russell's cosmic pendulum chart, he lists the 7 notes on each side and also attributes them to colors, with his point of inertia between do and re. Starting the pendulum to the left to make it follow the center spiral clockwise, the first note it would hit would be re, which is violet. Each side has the notes and colors in the order of violet, blue, green, yellow, and red, ending on do with infrared. This makes much more sense, especially considering how physicist Robert Greenler was recognized with a cover story on Science magazine in 1971 for his work with the infrared bow. He suggested there would always be an infrared stripe next to the outer stripe, because the wavelengths in infrared's angle of refraction were within the ability of water droplets to refract outward as well. I did find one article on Newton suggesting he used indigo because its wavelengths would also be refracted, but to me that just seems like a bit of a redundancy, because all wavelengths between red and violet are already refracted. They just blur out between the primary and secondary colors. Rainbows can be found as part of many legends and myths, as well as cataclysmic prophecies, being named as omens or attributes of deities. In many mythologies, the rainbow is a bridge or ladder that connects the world above with the one below, and is commonly described as only being used by deities or humans who have died in battle or have other specific traits, such as royalty or virtue. In Venezuela, the same word is used to say rainbow or were anaconda. In New Guinea, it is a serpent that causes madness and malaria. In Aboriginal lore, the rainbow snake is the god of creation. Some myths describe the rainbow as a sort of dragon or other being that covers the sky. The Greek goddess Iris was a messenger between the gods and humans, and depicted as using the rainbow to travel between the two. She was the daughter of Thaumas and Electra, and described by Homer in multiple poems as being the goddess of light rather than the rainbow. Hindu mythology names Indra as the god of war and thunder, and he shoots his arrows of lightning using the rainbow as his bow to kill a primordial demon serpent. Even the founder and prophet of Mormonism, Joseph Smith, wrote about the rainbow. Paraphrasing his words, he said the Lord told him that in any year a rainbow is seen, the Lord is not yet returning. But when it is not seen for a year, there will be famine, pestilence, and distress among the nations, and the Messiah is not far off. According to the Gnostic library, the cyclical history of humanity opens with the floodwaters of the book of Genesis and closes with the seals of fire and brimstone in Revelation, and that a great coming cataclysm will not evenly affect the face of the earth. Those who remain by the shelter of unaffected areas will witness a terrible duel of water and fire, and after the catastrophe, a double rainbow will announce the enchantment of a new golden age. This teaching reminds me of why I became so interested in occult symbolism. I noticed that people were looking at world symbols they didn't use in their own religion and seeing them as an indication of evil, which may be intentional as it would keep people from learning the true meaning, or religion or spiritual paths using symbols but still only looking at them in a mystic sense. I realized that not just many, but most symbols used in that way are actually more like the pictures of physical aspects someone discussing physics would use to record their observations, and likely had nothing to do with gods or beings in a religious sense. I can see the potential for the type of text I mentioned holding occulted knowledge that would be very useful when decoded. And with that, I would like to thank you for listening.
Lovely presentation, Danielle. And to complement it, we will now decode what is creating the rainbows. First, we will play this clip by Erin McDermott. This is the signature of one of our angels in the underworld. I want you to take notice of its rotational speed. The car eventually catches up with it and overtakes it, thus giving it a rotational speed of around 40 miles per hour. They revolve in the same locations all the time. This is why I tell you to time-lapse rainbows. They permanently reside there where you see them. You just catch them at different angles and don't realise it is the same one.
This is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen.
You know, there is an old saying, never walk through a rainbow because it may change your sex. What an interesting statement, don't you think?
Here it is. We're gonna drive through it. Here it comes. Here it comes!
Wasn't that awesome, people?
We did it! We drove through the rainbow!
Now we will take a look at a full rainbow so you can see how to do it yourself. You need some altitude to capture a full one. Here's a lovely capture by Into the Little Belts. Although you can see the full rainbow, observers on the ground only see half, and so do you. The other half is below ground, and due to the effects of electromagnetism, water droplets and even ice crystals, we get to see the full picture of something very, very special. The time had come to start reconstructing the angels. After all the decodings and understanding of them and some deep thought, I decided to consult with a titan named Atlas, who corrected me about a great many things. After our conversation, I thanked him and I was on my way. I had learned what Atlas's burden was. First, a quick recap from Jason on what is taking place in the Taurus field we decoded in a previous video.
Energy and mass are two states of the same thing. What we call atoms are equal and opposite electric charges held apart by a magnetic dipole. The energy is held in the atom as potential that we associate with mass. When the toroidal magnetic field collapses into the ecliptic, the negative charges are no longer bound and collapse into the positive charges. When the charges meet, a wave of energy is formed equal to the mass of the charges multiplied by the speed of light squared. The squaring is due to the fact that mass and energy are inverse properties of electromagnetism. Where the mass is equal in value to the inverse of the speed of light, the energy is equal to the speed of light. 1 over c times c squared equals c over 1. 1 over c and c over 1 are inverse to each other. Inside the magnetic dipole, the positive charges are held in the center diamond. The negative charges are held in orbits perpendicular to the magnetic field. When the magnetic field collapses into the ecliptic, the two opposed charges form an electric dipole, which quickly implodes on itself due to the fact that the charges are now free of their magnetic restraints. We know what happens when two opposite charges contact each other. We see it in cosmic ray showers. The two opposing charges annihilate each other and become radiation energy. Mass and energy are inverse properties of electromagnetism. Energy becomes mass again when it is subjected to a strong enough magnetic field to reform the magnetic dipole.
Now we can reconstruct the angels with knowledge already gained, the Walter Russell motor and its science, which is based on the science of the ancients. This is what I would call an angel in its most basic form. Walter was an absolute genius. Walter's science was given to him by an angel he always maintained. I bet you didn't know that, did you? From Walter's chart, this design is a fusion reactor. Notice the venturis that help compress water. This is where a manufactured torus field is created, very much the same as an antenna works. This area is where there is a back pressure, and this is what generates the torus field on this motor. This one is a fission reactor. Looking at the design, it would appear daisy chaining them together would make sense. Walter terms them radar antennas. The vertical lines represent the pressure zones or venturis on the poles. Also notice water compresses to become fire and fire expands to become water. This renders the second law of thermodynamics as invalid. It is another man-made block designed to stop you progressing. Every researcher you know, including mainstream, will only talk about the effects, as they do not have the answer to the cause, or can never speak of the cause. Today you will get to see the cause of a great many things. This image of Walter's is also relevant to what I am about to show you. Now we will electromagnetically switch the nodes to cause them to accelerate the flow inside the halo. This of course is alternating current, which will cause the fluid in the halo to rotate around the halo as it accelerates. The nodes on the halo will get to a certain momentum speed and cause the poles to flip, as Walter's image shows. As you know, magnetism and electricity are always 90 degrees in opposition. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what that actually looks like in the visible spectrum, on a creator-side scale. You are seeing the electromagnetic projection of a positive electrical sphere, which is basically trapped within a magnetic field. This is electromagnetism. This is cubing the sphere, not squaring the circle. Remember, we are working in 3D. And you are looking at a torus field that it creates. This is effectively an electric dipole, as I decoded in our Angels Decoded video and previous videos. It is now harvesting electricity from the dielectric, and that energy is being utilized at the heart of the angel technology and put to use for whatever its intended purpose is, which relates to world mechanics, alchemy, magnetism, electricity and creation, as you see on the Walter Russell chart. The colours become inverted due to the division of the sex pairs, the positives and negatives in each band of the electromagnetic light spectrum. So you only see the colours your vision allows, but you can be sure they emanate beyond these colours and frequencies which can be seen in this chart. The dark band that you see in between these colours is called the Alexander band. It is the actual projection of the halo itself. The angel's halo, to be precise. It is now the positive of the electric dipole. The colours encircle the halo and revolve with the flow inside, which is controlled by electromagnetic switching from the various pairs of poles we call nodes. As we have mentioned before, time-lapse rainbows, and you will see how they revolve. This is their arc. The orange half sphere you see below double rainbows is this electromagnetic field. This is the signature of one of our angels. The sphere of that halo is being cubed. These are all connected and working together in this matrix of angel technology. All timed and synced events working 24/7, each of which is a revolving Tower of Babel, which simply means the mixing of the positives and negatives, which is what they are designed to do. The Celtic Tree of Life represents these processes. All Tree of Life symbology represents the same processes, and our ancestors all knew this very well. This information is what your holy books and creation stories are trying to tell you. Man has corrupted it to hide and steal it. Genesis 9:10-16 is related to this exact process, as all angels operate the same way. Now you can see the duality of this technology. The effects of electromagnetism cause the halo to create a projection of itself in the heavens, which reverses its flow of direction back to the physical angel halo below. These are what create tornadoes and waterspouts. They are a visible part of this process. We have something very special to show you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honour and an absolute pleasure to present to you Adam, Eve, the apple and the snake. Adam is the smaller halo and represents the positive part of the electric dipole, and Eve represents the larger magnetic part of the dipole. The apple is their combined positive and negative electromagnetic torus fields, and the snake is the compression of smaller dipoles from the ether being channeled within its field, which of course is what is generating electricity, as it divides and multiplies in this rotating Tower of Babel we call a vortex. The mixing together of many smaller electric dipoles, thus creating more positives and negatives as they are compressed and make that electrical signature we call lightning, dividing and multiplying as they arc in all directions from their source of origin, the combined electromagnetic halos of Adam and Eve. Their spiraling pressure waves emanating outwards, spiraling into even more electric dipoles in our atmosphere, radiating outwards and electrically charging everything within its path. The spiraling pressure waves of electromagnetism. This is the breath of angels. The word wind represents the windings, as scripture mentions. Those windings in the sky, created by angel technologies that even Ezekiel tried his best to describe. a wheel in a wheel. The eyes are round about it, which is in relation to the nodes and their motions. The Vesica Pisces, the scarab beetle, Buddha, and all those other depictions of the Creator's tools. The angels are the Creator's tools of creation. This is the Genesis machine. You live on top of the Genesis machine. And this is how Adam and Eve create their Taurus fields. They create it, maintain it, and destroy it, which of course releases all those positives and negatives to create the signature of God creating, lightning. Thank you, Atlas. It is a great honour to share your burden with the tribes of the world. This is your creation story, people. These are the angel technologies of a creator that has been hidden from you, so that greedy people can steal their glory from right below your feet. This knowledge and information is not copyright to any race, religion, group or nation. It is the birthright of every human being. Carrying on from Walter's motor design, I decided to attach harness points where Walter Russell's motor would attach them, and it produced this. These two are one and the same, the day configuration and the night configuration of our sun. This is an angel, a very special one. This is the sweepback transformer and flyback killer Jimbo mentioned earlier. It is pushed west and then shut down, or its light suppressed and returned east to start again. This is also the Egyptian 12 gates story. Now we understand Walter's motor design and its configuration, we look into what is creating the heat below our equator, and this is what we think is producing all that heat. Cody volunteered to take us for a tour to a journey to the centre of the motor, so you can see how Walter's octaves factor into this. You now know the octaves represent pressure zones or venturis that will produce alternating current. Cody will also deploy markers where these octaves are on our world map, and One Conscience is going to speak about those in a few moments. Cody will play the tone at every octave. Pay particular attention to the first 5 tones, as you will recognise them. Each tone is assigned a colour from the colour spectrum. Now remember, there is a back pressure created in the west, pretty much the same as Walter's motor design. The east side of the motor uses a right hand rule and the west side uses a left hand rule, as they have mentioned before. These processes help to cause that collision in the colour spectrum of orange yellow and green yellow, which collide with white and create a short circuit, which is basically free energy. This is what Walter was trying to explain to you. Do you recognize that, people? That was a direct reference to Mount Meru, the direct center of our grid, the navel of the Earth, the 0.0 location on our Nazca Mandala overlay grid. This is the direct center of Atlantis. The closest landmass we can find to here appears to be Ascension Island. Very aptly named, it seems. If you remember from an older video, when I panned around the Nazca Mandala in a 3D environment, it produces a 6-tier pyramid. This is the direct center of that pyramid. So it seems our underworld is a very large pyramid that covers this entire map and beyond. I hope you can see and understand now how very special Walter's work related to the octaves and the creation processes. I'm going to hand you over to One Conscience now for some extra information on this part.
So, I'd like to discuss some points on what we think is below the equator, and it's the same principle as the Walter Russell motor. As the energy comes in from the east, it will spread out along the grid at each of the compression points. Now, although we can't be completely sure of the scale, we can be assured that this is turning on, compressing and expanding, and it will cause our surface to shake, hence earthquakes. This design also runs along and lines up with a great amount of our volcanoes, which we know are the cleansing process for the waste of the systems and processes that occur below. There is more to lava and the flow that I'm going to cover later in this presentation, but for now, let's get on with the design. So, as I said, this may not be 100% to scale, but we are working with the same principles, and the points I will discuss fall into the general areas. Some of the points I could identify showing the technological signature are as follows. Point 1. Here we have the deepest quakes, or the most powerful of the octaves ever recorded, on a repeatable basis. We now know this is identified as a Taurus field. This probably occurs here because of the compression to start up for the pressure required to generate a manufactured Taurus field Venturi. Point 2. In this area we have the Dragon's Triangle. On either side of this part of the design we will have opposite directional flow of the oceanic tides. This creates two opposite vortices, which one is positive and one is negative, and ships should be very cautious while traveling here. This is also one of the rare spots we will find blue lava, which is lava of the hottest degree holding an electrical charge. Point 3. Here we found an old map that shows an angel that is here blowing its wind, which is the energy. It flows up along the grid in a northeast direction. Point 4. Here in Africa there are many spirals carved in the ground covering an entire area. This is a sign of a very sacred site related to the workings of the realm, and showing us it is a special Taurus energy point. Next, of course, we hit the 0.0 point. This has been called many things, such as Mount Meru and the Garden of Eden, just to name a couple, but we will refer to it as the Brahma energy. Residing here are the very aptly named Ascension Islands. Point 6. This is near Venezuela, and also Angel Falls. Again, what a perfectly named location. This has the tallest uninterrupted waterfall at 807 meters high. Point 7. This next marker is the Galapagos Islands, which means tortoise. This is also the only place north of the equator you will find penguins living freely. These islands were forged of lava and isolated for thousands of years. The next marker is right about the international date line, so the data here isn't given to us with much disclosure or honesty. And the final horizontal marker would fall on the west gates, and we have no data. This is where the sun will shut down for its return to the east according to the Egyptian pyramid texts. The next point, starting in the north, this point would be at the north gates, where we have no data besides what Enoch states. This is where snow, dew, and rain come from, as well as very strong winds. The next point is where the magnetic data from Ceres appears to land. The next point is Iceland. This, like the Galapagos Islands, exists because of lava. This is also the area where land will rise forth sometime after the pole shift event. The next point is where the southern anomaly resides. Here, there is an inner radiation belt, which leads to a flux of energy particles. Here are two angels sharing the same axis point, causing a magnetic dipole. And the last 2 points head into Antarctica territory and to the South Gates. Data is unavailable for either of these locations. So, as you can see, this design has some major effects that are recordable, repeatable, and observable to us on the surface. I hope this helped everyone to understand the effects of the principle Walter Russell used when he was given this information by an angel.
Now, going back to those 5 tones. Do you recognize those tones, people? That was a direct reference to Mount Meru, the direct center of our grid, the navel of the grid, the 0.0 on our Nazca Mandala overlay grid. This is the direct center of Atlantis. The closest landmass we can find to here appears to be Ascension Island, very aptly named it seems. When I pan around the Nazca Mandala grid in a 3D environment, it produces a 6-tier pyramid, which is made from 6 squares, 6 circles and 6 rhombi. Can you see it? This is the direct center of that pyramid, so it seems our underworld is a very large pyramidal structure that spans this entire map and beyond, and contains the 144,000, the Creator's glory. The descriptions found in all holy books of amazing places are references to what is in the underworld and beyond those international date lines. These are descriptions of the Creator's glory and references certain locations as in the book of Enoch, and his descriptions of the gates and their angles to one another. If you remember the 2012 Olympic ceremony, the spiralling mound represents Mount Meru, and the light shining from the underworld is where major parts of the Creator's glory resides. Then man comes from the underworld and starts the industrial and technological revolutions, the tree of life decoded and plundered. It has very obviously never stopped. Today they boast they can project their own sun and moon. We can find references to the underworld in every culture's beliefs. Here's Jack's dreaming.
In ancient times, the concept of a hollow space within or below the surface of the earth was widespread throughout all cultures. This idea of a subterranean realm or realms became intertwined with further ideas of creation and afterlife. If we look to these myths and stories, we may find many similarities. Although there is much diversity amongst the Australian Aboriginal peoples regarding local myths, the structure of the Aboriginal universe varies little across Australia. The sky was the plane on which supernatural beings lived, and our ancestors resided. It was the home of the soul. The earth was circular and flat, covered by the dome of the sky which stretched to the horizon. The underworld plane resembled the earth plane and was inhabited by beings, but others believed it to be an empty void. It is generally believed, though, that it is through the underworld that the Sun Woman and the Moon Man return to the eastern horizon from the west. The Mayans and the Aztecs' concept of the underworld was very similar. Known as Xibalba by the Mayans, the underworld was a vast complex of 9 underground levels, entered through caves or through sacred waterholes called cenotes. The Xibalba is described in the Popol Vuh, the sacred text of the Maya, as an expansive place of rivers, mountains, houses where the dead were tested, and the council place of the lords. The Aztec underworld, Mictlan, is similarly described as being a very wide place with no windows or light. The Aztecs believed that at their death the individual had to return to the place of birth, the maternal womb. The soul therefore had to take the journey to Mictlan and traverse 9 hazards and dangers, mirroring the 9 months within the womb. The ruler of this domain was Mictlantecuhtli, who resided deep below with his wife, Mictecatecuhtli, living in a windowless house. APM Research have concluded that there are many different technologies beneath our Earth's surface, and that often these technologies have been given the identities of living beings, such as men or gods. A husband and wife in a windowless house could well represent a technology, with the male and female being the positive and negative aspects of the technological process. As Walter Russell said, there must come a time when religion and science come together. That time is now. The 9 worlds are the homelands of various types found in Norse mythology. These realms are held in the branches of the world tree, Yggdrasil. Helheim is the underworld realm of the dead, and resides in the roots of Yggdrasil. It is a place where those who did not find themselves in Valhalla, where the brave warriors go, were destined for eternity. Helheim literally means house of hell, and hell resides over this dominion. Norse mythology describes a complicated afterlife, one dependent on your actions while alive, and Helheim is the darkest and deepest of these realms. A story is told of how a son of Odin, Balder, made his way to Helheim to bargain for his spirit with Hel, after being tricked in a game by Loki. He descends the trunk of Yggdrasil and travels for 9 nights through dark valleys before meeting a giantess, a gatekeeper, who lets him pass. He then arrives at another gate, guarded by a fearsome dog, Garm. He eventually reaches Hel, but to no avail, and even Odin cannot bargain for his son to be returned to Valhalla. According to the prophecy of Ragnarok, an army of the dead shall rise from Helheim on a ship made from the fingernails and toenails of the dead to fight against the Asgardian gods. The ancient Mesopotamian underworld, most often known in Sumerian as Ker, Ikala, Arali or Kigal, was said to be a dark, dreary cavern located deep below the ground, where inhabitants were said to live a shadowy version of their earth lives. Unlike many other ancient afterlives, in the Sumerian underworld there was no final judgment for the deceased, and the dead were neither punished or rewarded for their deeds. The ruler of the underworld was the goddess Ereshkigal, and her husband Nergal, the god of death. Her home, the palace Ganzir. The 7 gates of the underworld are guarded by a gatekeeper named Neti in Sumerian. The dying god Dimuzid spends half of the year in the underworld, while during the other half his place is taken by his sister, the scribal goddess Geshtinana, who records the names of the deceased The entrance to the underworld is believed to be located in the Zagros Mountains in the Far East. The underworld is lower even than the Abzu, the body of fresh water that the Mesopotamians believed lay deep within the earth. The Sumerian texts describe gates to the underworld, through which one may descend to the below or ascend to the heavens. In Enki and the world order, the weather god Iskar is said to open the bolt of heaven. Thus clouds, winds, and other atmospheric phenomenon enter through these gates. In other accounts, it is the sun, moon, and Venus who are charged with opening this bolt of heaven. In their cosmology, the ancient Egyptians believed the earth to be flat, oval-shaped, and surrounded by oceans. Beneath the earth lay the vast expanse of the underworld, the Duat, through which ran the primordial waters of Nun. The landscape of the Duat was similar to that of Earth, but far more malevolent. Its ruler, the god Osiris, previously the king of the earth. There are 2 Egyptian texts that describe the belief systems of the Egyptians in regard to the Duat. These are named Guides to the Hereafter and consist of the Book of the Dead and the Book of the Amduat. These texts describe the nocturnal journey of the sun god Ra from his entry into the underworld with the setting of the sun until he arises the following day on the opposite horizon. This journey is the same that the deceased take after burial. The journey is divided into 12 hours, with each hour representing an obstacle that Ra has to overcome. These include searching for the tomb of Osiris, facing his enemy Apep, navigating through the difficult realm of Sokar, and fully regenerating to emerge as the rising sun. For the deceased, each hour was a portal into the next, with gates in between, each gate guarded by a demon, whose name must be correctly recited. If successful, one would then pass into the Hall of Judgment, where you would recite the confessions of Mart, declarations of innocence from sinful deeds. You would then pass into the Hall of Mart to have your heart weighed in the weighing of the heart ceremony. Anubis takes the heart of the deceased and places it upon the golden scale balanced against the white feather of Mart, a symbol of truth and balance. The gods present within the hall would then counsel, and should the deceased be justified before Osiris, he would cross the heavens to the field of reeds by boarding the ship of Ra and sailing safely through the dark underworld. Should the heart weigh heavier than the deceased, would be devoured by the monster god Amut. Sheol is the Hebrew underworld. According to Job, it is a dreary, dark and disorderly land from which return is not expected. Here the dead, rich and poor, master and slave, all meet without distinction. Silence reigns supreme, and the dead merely exist without knowledge or feeling. In many respects, the Sheol is rather like the Babylonian Aralu and the Greek Hades. In fact, Sheol is often referred to as Hades. The view of the Sheol is that it is somewhat like a huge grave, and very much like a grave. It is protected by gates. The Old Testament describes the Sheol as the opposite of the Promised Land. It is the exilic wilderness and the bunker of the enemy Satan, the great dragon who was cast into this grave to eat dirt for eternity. Hidden deep beneath the earth and ruled by the god Hades and his wife Persephone, the underworld was the kingdom of the dead in Greek mythology. A sunless place where the souls of those who died went after death, watered by the streams of 5 rivers, the Styx, the Acheron, the Cocytus, the Phlegethon and the Lethe. It is divided into at least 4 regions: Tartarus for the worst transgressors, the Elysian fields where only the most excellent dwelled, the fields of mourning for those hurt by love, and the asphodel meadows where the majority of mankind end up. According to Homer, the underworld, or Hades, as it can bear the name of its ruler, is beyond the earth-encircling river of ocean at the western end of the world, and there were entrances in the known world through which one could enter. A cavern near the ancient town of Taurus, the bottomless lake at Lerna, and the volcanic lake Alvanus. Upon death, the soul was led by Hermes near the entrance to the underworld, where a ferry awaited to carry it to either the Acheron or the Styx. The ferry is rowed by Charon, the infernal boatman, and only those who paid the fare with coins placed over their eyes or under their tongues when buried were granted passage. The rest remained trapped between two worlds. Following the boat ride, souls enter the gates, guarded by the multi-headed dog Cerberus, who allows souls to enter, but never to leave. The souls are then brought in front of a panel of 3 judges, Rhadamanthus, Minos, and Esus, who pass sentence based on the mortal deeds during their earthly life. Most end up in the neutral zone, the asphodel meadows. So we can see that stories of underground realms occupied by gods pervade mythology. These homes are not always found deep beneath the earth. They are sometimes in mountains or deep beneath the waters. Access to their domain is usually through a cave, although sometimes it may be through a waterhole or a lake. The inhabitants of these realms do not desire to be visited by unexpected or unwanted company, yet certain individuals are granted access. These underground domains are filled with houses or vast halls, rivers of fire flow, and there are many gates often guarded by monsters or demons. Enki's home is described as built of silver and gold and lapis lazuli. The overwhelming impression is that the underworld is not a place for the living, but rather a supernatural space for the dead, whereas in actuality it is the home of the workings of our realm. The rooms below, the gates, the levels, all indicate a remarkable technology personified in myths and legends as the home of the dead, inhabited by miraculous gods. The sign on the door of the underworld says very clearly, "Keep out."
So, let's look at the connection between lava and magnetism today and work through how the lava is helping shape the magnetic flow through the realm. So science, which let me say, I normally disagree with due to the misinformation they portray, says the Earth's magnetic field source is the molten iron and metals in the core. They also say the spinning of the Earth produces the same effect as electric current in a coil, which then produces our magnetic field. Now, if lava itself flows under the surface in different layers of our world, this lava is consistently moving and mixing with different metals and minerals of the Earth as it does so. One of the main minerals is magnetite, which is now mined as iron ore. The magnetite is a mineral and one of the main iron ores, with the chemical formula Fe3O4. It is one of the oxides of iron and it is ferromagnetic. It is attracted to a magnet and can be magnetized to become a permanent magnet itself. It is the most magnetic of all the naturally occurring minerals on Earth. This is carried all through the realm. As we, the APM team, have learned, the world is littered with volcanoes in a wide range of size, many very active and many lie dormant waiting. None, I believe, are extinct. Rock magnetism is the study of magnetic properties of rock, sediment, and soils. This is studied to understand the Earth's magnetic field. Now, when we add in the factor that most volcanoes contain silicon, we get a different idea about the production of the magnetic flow on Earth. The layers below are magnetic circuit from the lamination of silicon steel that maximizes the flux density and minimizes the eddy current. When we look at this in the terms of lava flow, we can get a good idea of what's going on here. The movement of the lava flow through the circuit of the underworld layers is actually creating the magnetic flow through the world. When we look at the ley lines, we see that they indeed fall on lines of volcanoes, even the dormant ones that lie waiting and still have pyroclastic flow in the layers below. All crustal rock contains some iron or iron compounds, rendering it ferromagnetic. When individual molecules, which are magnetic dipoles, are held in alignment by being bound in a crystalline structure, the small fields reinforce each other to form the rock's residual field. Heating the material adds internal energy to it. At the Curie temperature, the vibration of the molecules is sufficient to disrupt the alignment. The material loses its residual magnetism and assumes whatever magnetic field might be applied to it. As the volcanoes erupt and cool, they hold the magnetic field memory in it. Once this occurs, it is locked into place and very hard to destroy. So what lava also shows us is a record of the paleofield direction on Earth. Now we have our north-south flow of magnetic flow occurring, but there is a second flow that is a lesser flow, and it's the east to west. As the north and south flow weakens, it allows a flip to occur of the poles. When this flip occurs, it will affect all life on Earth, including our heaven rotations, our oceans, our magnetic driving energy force, animal and plant life, and probably our DNA, as we ourselves are crystalline structured beings that conduct Earth energies as well as all life here.
You will have heard us speak of star halos previously. These 6 are just some of the ones that exist. Today we will concentrate on star halo Polaris. It probably has a different name, but this one will do for now. I made this animation to match what our stars and star trails are doing. Polaris is node 1 on this star halo. Its opposing node is Polaris Australis in South Antarctica. All that I need to make this correct now is to find out how many star trails there are between Polaris and its southern counterpart, and each one of those is a star. We then double that number to make the correct amount of stars or nodes. Stars are actually nodes on these star halos. I give this one a rotational speed of 666 revolutions per minute, and this is the effect that it created. Each node is a positive and negative in sequence. This is why they illuminate differently. These are the sons and daughters, brothers and sisters, etc. that is seen in some holy books. It is this family connection is referencing. Now remember, we don't see the halo, just the stars or nodes. If you watch star trails in the north carefully, you will see there are small nodes and larger nodes. The smaller ones get hidden by the larger ones eventually. These are the nodes on this star halo. They are involved in the electromagnetic switching, which accelerates the liquid in the halo and causes it to flip its poles and become a very large electric dipole, the known world's largest. You should now understand what it means by precession, and our ancestors watched it closely and for a very good reason. This animation checks all of these boxes, every one of them. This is the gyroscopic nature of our world, is the field lines of these that we are seeing. There are also more star halos than these 6, which we will be adding over time. I have found a way to help locate them now. In our End Times 2 video, we revealed how these star halos were involved in the receding ocean events of 2017. Anywhere they intersected land, the oceans receded. Scripturally, this is by design. Changes were made to the construct to help stop flooding. These star halos are those changes, and they seem to have worked. In this video, we identified one of the halos as Noah. You will also find the atomic symbol and the flower of life in these patterns. It is the gyroscopic motions of the nodes of the angels' halos that create these patterns. We find this everywhere in sacred geometry. We have always known what this represents in ancient times. It is depicted everywhere, and that knowledge has been stolen from us. But we are here to give it you back. We see a lot of people getting confused with the northern and southern star trails, as they think they rotate opposite ways. Remove yourself from the box. Step outside of that box and see that they are working together, as they are part of the same star halo mechanism. Here's another surprise. When I slow this star halo down, watch what happens. It is actually revolving west to east. What we are seeing is an effect called the wagon wheel effect, which explains why they give us lovely amazing displays and that shimmering effect. This also makes the Hopi prophecy true, as they say the stars will reverse their direction. This is good solid information from our Hopi brothers and sisters whom freely share their ancestors' knowledge. APM Research would like to thank you for this knowledge, and we hope this information helps you remember what it all means. This belongs to you all. This brings us to the reset. The reset event is one or more of these very large torus fields collapsing and showering our world with masses of electrical discharge as the field collapses. Remember, they create, maintain and destroy their fields, which is a repeating cycle. Locally, we see them from our smaller angels' halos and we call them lightning storms. The fields around our star halos completely engulf most areas of the map. The biblical destruction we see in history is this event, and our generations will witness it. Mainstream will try to tell you it is an alien invasion or some other nonsense, as you will see nodes collapsing into the ground and seas, and even starting electrical fires on a scale we've not seen before. On this scale, the whole world is going to be affected. Famines, communications, the electrical grid, everything will be affected and more than likely destroyed by this event. The seas and oceans will have no choice but to react to these collapsing electromagnetic fields, and tsunamis and tidal waves will be common. Famines will be a very big problem, and mainstream are currently trying to make that worse. We need our farming, fishing and food at maximum production right now so we can prepare for hard times ahead, including a mini ice age. The data we've seen in our End Times Decoded videos gives us an insight what to expect. The lights in the sky they call Starlink are one of these collapsing fields. A change has happened and we are now seeing parts of the construct revealing itself as it goes into these changes. The previous reset was in the 1600s, and in the 1800s there were more destructive events. The 1800 events were more than likely one of these fields rebuilding itself or another mechanism involved. This is the nature of the angels. They create, maintain and destroy, and now you know it relates to building and destroying their electromagnetic field, which is part of how they are involved in creation processes. These are the Creator's glory, and this is how they operate. The eyes around about it, as described by Ezekiel, are our stars or nodes on these star halos.
We modeled this from a level Earth perspective, showing different comet trajectories. These comets are prominent nodes from various star halos. Their paths show us roughly which star halo is creating them, depending on when they were first noticed. This animation helps us reveal the field. This is also why meteor showers are timed events as well, because they are timed with the motion of the star halos. What we consider the showers to be are elements being converted to matter by this electromagnetic technology. This is the alchemy of the technology, the positives and negatives of the creation, and it follows the rule of 8, just as semantics. It is the universal law in this construct. Let's talk about bow shocks from an APM perspective. A bow shock occurs when the magnetosphere, which is the area surrounding our luminaries, in which the magnetic field is the predominant effective magnetic field. So when this magnetosphere of a celestial object interacts with nearby flowing opposing forces in its path, such as the solar wind, it is the boundary at which the speed of the stellar wind abruptly drops as a result of its approach to the magnetopause. A common complication in astrophysics is the presence of a magnetic field. For instance, the charged particles making up the solar wind follow spiral paths along magnetic field lines. The velocity of each particle as it gyrates around a field line can be treated similarly to a thermal velocity in an ordinary gas. And in an ordinary gas, that means thermal velocity is roughly the speed of sound. At the bow shock, the bulk forward velocity of the push, which is the component of the velocity parallel to the field lines about which the particles are gyrating, drops below the speed at which the particles are gyrating. The Sun is radiating spiraling charged particles from the Taurus field it creates. We see this in the Parker spiral. This is a localized event. Science calls this the solar wind, which is the spiraling magnetic field. We at APM know this magnetic field to originate from angel technology, the sun's halo, and modern terminology is a particle accelerator. Bow shocks form at comets as a result of the interaction between the opposing forces and the cometary trajectory of travel. As one approaches the sun, the opposing electromagnetic forces of the sun reveals gas being released from the cometary nucleus, revealing an atmosphere called a coma. The coma is partially ionized by sunlight, and when the opposing forces pass through this ion coma, the bow shock appears. This is not unique to the sun, as every luminary will have this pressure wave, and it's only revealed when a force is opposing it. From an APM perspective, you must always assume that a comet has a tail. The only reason you don't see it at times is because of distance, perspective, or lack of opposing forces. The first observations of the bow shock were made in the 1980s by comets Giacoboni, Halley's Comet, and Grigg Comet. It was then found that bow shocks at comets are wider and more gradual. These observations were all made near the perihelion, when the bow shocks became visible due to the opposing force. The perihelion is when the comet comes to the closest point to the sun that it's going to get. As you know, from APM perspective, all luminaries produce their own electromagnetic fields, as they are the same technologies. The only difference would be their frequencies, their perspective layers, and the products that their layers allow them to interact with. Using this information laid out, I hope you have an understanding of what's going on with bow shocks, and see the given information as more substance that our realm is a technological creating realm. We are truly seeing Creator's glory in all of this realm. Glory meaning magnificence and great beauty with great pride.
I mentioned near the start about a time for reflection. If I could give you any advice, it would be this. Do not gaze into the vortex too long, as it will consume you, as it has done to these people involved in hiding and stealing this. However, even for them it is not too late. Everything within this construct is recorded. Even Walter Russell tried to warn you about this. Man has to know when to stop, and these people have crossed the line. They've opened Pandora's box and are now hell-bent on hiding what they're involved in, hence your world falling apart right now. Anyone going down this path becomes the enemy of humanity, as they try always to hide the Creator, their glory, and all that they have done in their attempts to steal it. I have felt their burden, and oh, what a burden to bear, to be born into a false lifestyle and having to lie to the world. Is this the future you really want? You are making the same mistakes your ancestors made, and in history you will find people like us, giving you warnings. You see, when you understand how all this works, You become something of a Time Lord. You see the past, the present and the future, and we are at a point in time where we still have a choice. Do you want the New World Order or the True World Order? Consider this a shot across the bows, a warning your current path is going to end in the damage or destruction of the Creator's glory, those very things that create what we call nature. Here's one conscience with the safe zones map the CIA created. We don't know if it is 100% correct, but it does beg the question, why did they make one?
Let's talk a little bit about this map. This map was put out there by Ed Dames. He's an ex-CIA agent, and this is the map of what's going to occur with our world after a pole shift. So the first area we're going to look at is the red zones. These are our safe zones, which, as we can see, we have some in the United States, South America, Greenland, and part of Europe, and a little bit in Australia and New Zealand. Next, we'll look at the dark blue. This is where the coastal subsidence will occur. This will be in northeast Russia and the southern tip of South America. Next, let's look at the green. This is where landmass is submerged. This appears to be part of Ireland, Western Australia, southern part of America, along with the eastern side of Mexico, and the eastern coast of America and Canada. Next, let's look at where our hot and cold areas will mix. This will run through the United States, southern South America, and we'll have an area that runs up from Africa up through the middle of Europe, and we'll also have a little bit over in Australia. Next, we'll look at our flood-prone areas. That looks to be a lot of northeastern Europe, most of the UK, northeastern Africa, and northwestern Canada, as well as the broken up islands above Canada. Next, we have our loss of agriculture, which includes wheat, barley, rye, corn, sago, millet, rice, potatoes, apples, citrus, and grapes. These areas are going to include part of Europe, east and west, India, part of Australia, Canada, and a great deal of the United States, as well as South America. Next, we have more loss. This will consist of our livestock, horticulture, and agriculture. These items will include beef, dairy, pigs, sheep, coconut, cotton, hemp oils, peanuts, and sugars. Next, we will have new faults developing. What I noticed about these is they're running more of a north to south than an east to west. Next, let's look at the epicenters of new major volcanic and seismic activity. So we have up in northern North America. We also have Southern America, Mexico, Eastern South America, Southeastern South America. We're also going to have new activity in Iceland. We have activity in Europe and Asia, all across. We also have a major new epicenter for great activity, which sits right about where the area that I think there's one very large volcano that runs about 1,600 miles across and 1,600 miles north and south. So, an effect of all of this is going to be that new land is going to rise. We're going to have land that rises just west of America, quite a bit west of South America, somewhere near Easter Island or Polynesia. We're also going to have land that emerges southeast of Greenland, as well as the northwest of Europe. So, I hope that this information gives us somewhat of an idea of where is safe and where is not, and what we need to do to survive.
This is where we are with our research. Who do we report this to? Who do we speak to that can start an investigation into these findings? Our military and police are under the control of the very people involved in hiding and stealing the Creator's glory. If they told you this, would you still work for them? As you can see, people, we have some very serious times ahead, and it is going to take a combined effort to get through this. Good luck, people, and share this everywhere. The future depends on it. This is an APM Research Decode.
Come go with me. Open your mind. A skeptical mind was all I ever knew. Finding the knowledge of the real world starts with the point of which has no parts. These are the axioms of life, and I'll take my chances with the old ways, finding the proofs in geometry. And I don't care what all the sophists say, I find the proofs in reality. 'Cause they were right. We know that they were right. Starting circles and lines alone, constructing the nature of what's known. Conclusions are clear and the evidence seen. This 3D space works perfectly, and I'll take my chances with the old ways, finding the proofs in geometry. And I don't care what all the sophists say, I find the proofs in reality. When all around you is sinking sand, you'll have a place on which to stand. Foundations were already built for you, so open your mind. And I'll take my chances with the older ways, hearing the words of what the ancients said. They say my words sound like sorcery, but there's wisdom in all honesty. Come go with me. Open your mind. Come go with me. true. You turned me on. You lit me up like the sweetest cup I share with you. You lit me up. Don't you ever stop. I'm here with you. Now it's all or nothing, 'cause you said you follow through. You follow me, and I follow. What you gonna do when things go wrong? What you gonna do when it all backs up? What you gonna do when the love burns down? What you gonna do when the flames go up? Who's gonna come and turn the tide? What's it gonna take to make a dream survive? Who's got the time to calm a storm inside? Who's gonna save you? Alive and kicking. Stay until your love is alive and kicking. Stay until your love is, until your love is alive. You lift me up to the crucial top so I can see. You lead me on till the feelings come and the lights that shine on. But if that don't mean nothing, like if someday it should fall through, you take me home where the magic's from, and I'll be with you. What you gonna do when things go wrong? What you gonna do when it all backs up? What you gonna do when your love burns down? What you gonna do when the flames go up? Who's gonna come and turn the tides?
Tribes of the world, I bring you the most amazing news and information. For over 8 years now, this research team has been doing a live research, decode and investigation into what this world is and how it works. What we have repeatedly been finding is evidence that this world is governed by technology. By that, I mean technology below ground that is responsible for all of the effects of nature. These effects include rain, snow, lightning, winds, earthquakes, volcanoes, storms, tornadoes, waterspouts and many other phenomena. This technology we have also been decoding from various holy books, the Book of Enoch, sacred geometry, the Nazca Lines, temples, sacred sites, and many other avenues we have covered over the years. We also have many visual sightings of this technology in the heavens: the sun halo, the moon halo, the lunar wave, the inverted rainbow we often see above our heads, even a clear daylight capture of one of these halos. Our research is evidence-based and ties in with our decodings of sacred geometry and every creation story we come across. You see, what they have done is personify this glory over time, to help explain its workings. That message is easily lost and confused with our ancestors being accused of worshipping false gods, when in reality what we can see is they were actually glorifying the creation and the angel technologies that help create this world. They were all explaining how it works. This seems to have stopped 2,000 years ago, and ever since it has been systematically erased and replaced with other theories. Do you really think all of our ancestors got it so wrong? What all of this means is there is a creator, and their glory is the angel technologies below our feet, which is referenced everywhere once you know what you are looking for. The Creator's glory is not copyright to any race, religion, group or nation. Who would dare to try and copyright such a thing? The angels have a very unique signature, the rainbow. This is caused by a plasma Taurus field being generated by the angels and the sun refracting and reflecting from this field below the rainbow. The rainbows reside where you see them and they can be mapped. This is why we started Operation Rainbow Warrior, to ask people to start mapping their rainbows, so we can add them to a database and map and reveal their locations in the world. Would you be surprised if I told you every rainbow is marking a sacred site below? Marked and unmarked, known and unknown. As you join this amazing project and work of ours, you will learn how the angels in your neighbourhood create your local weather. We have many hints and tips to help you to get to know your local angels. They are usually in groups of 4, so you are looking for 4 rainbows in close proximity and all at a different scale. It is not unique to 4 rainbows, as there may be larger ones to add to this. We have released many videos over the years and done several interviews on the subjects we have covered, from the correct world map, how they seal the off to hide there is a beyond in all directions, and how the seasons work within this map using a decode I did of the Nazca mandala, as I overlaid it with maps until I found the correct map, of which is the Mercator map. No one is crossing the Pacific. Flight data and websites are being manipulated and the data is being flipped to appear to cross the international date lines. This theory of ours has never been debunked. No one can prove they are crossing the Pacific. Don't you find that strange? This is what World War II was all about, taking control of the perimeters. They're all working together to hide this from the people. This has been an ongoing progression of tribal knowledge and destruction of many tribes' creation stories, which all tell the same story. They just have different names for it all. In this video, we go deeper and reveal the spirit form of this technology and how it works, with various references and decodings. So much so, we are going to show you the angel's creation process and many other decodes of this amazing technology our Creator has installed inside the Earth. 9 years ago, I never believed in a Creator. Today, I present to you overwhelming evidence of their existence and their handiwork, thanks to the help of the APM Research team, the Rainbow Warriors, those very observant sky watchers across the plane, and our unique decodings of a great many things. A word of caution. What you will see is going to change the way you look at the world forever. You cannot unsee this. You cannot debunk this. You can only add to it, which reveals more. Our ancestors were all being taught this, in every tribe. You will recognise many parts of our research from your own creation stories, of which we will be decoding more of soon. This is not a religion, this is reality, and it is copyright to none. It is the birthright of every human being to know of this glory, to understand how it works, to partake in its grace, and to protect it from human interference, sabotage, reverse engineering and theft. I hope you would all agree on that. This information overrides all human protocols, jurisdictions and laws, as there is no law above the Most High, for this is what this is all about, our Creator and their glory. What you are looking at on screen is a capture by Sunset Sweden of a waterspout. This is one of the most amazing things you could ever witness in your life, and that is a very big understatement. This waterspout was recorded in Tidal, Sweden. What we are witnessing is an interface event between the physical angel below and its spirit form above. The interface event takes place through the Vesica Pisces overlap of the two halos or coils, which represents the female vagina. The male penis is often depicted using obelisks. It is this process they are referring to, the interaction of the angels and how they create. The personifications we see in stained glass windows, sacred geometry and more are referring to this process. You will come across many sexualized depictions that actually refer to this process. This is the way the angels create. It is a two-way interaction. This is creation before your very eyes, and exactly how the angels create the noble gases and elements from the spirit world above to the physical world below where they reside. These interactions take place every day. They are more common than you think, as creation never stops. We are showing you how to locate your local angels and record these interface events. We will be highlighting more sites across the world where this is very obvious. Some shape the land where it takes place and some do not. Tornadoes, waterspouts and dust devils are signs of this interaction taking place. It can be worded like this: that by the angels of God ascending and descending, it is to be understood that a perpetual intercourse should now be opened between heaven and earth.
Dros Cymru dwi'n rhoi'r ddawn o weledigaeth rhaid mapio'r enfys. Castel Dasan. Mae'r llygad yn ffenestri isfyd. Mae hwn yn chakra y rhymwyneb Vesica Piscis o anghelion.
Castel Dasan. I remembered this tour from a previous visit to this site. Like Glastonbury Tor, it is an interface site. The castle on the top will be built on top of older Celtic forts. It is not what is upon the surface that is sacred, it is what is below. If anyone lives near this area, do look out for the rainbows. I'm not sure if this one is real, but do let us know and help us mark them on the map. This is a Vesica Pisces overlap of two halos which has shaped the land. Shout out to drone pilot Ed Jackson for allowing me to use his aerial captures of this site. This one has spectacular views of Llangollen and an Eisteddfod is sometimes held here. There are more of these sites than meets the eye, and we are going to reveal them to you. Why do they build castles and forts on top of the same sites over and over? What does all of this sacred geometry mean? I have decoded the front of the Valley Crucis Abbey, which you will see later in this video. It all refers to the Creator's glory below these sites. Just locate their rainbows. If anyone from Wales is familiar with the creation story, do get in touch. I can decode it for you. Someone is already going to cover Ireland. England and Scotland will also require representation, should anyone wish to see their creation story being decoded with APM eyes. This is a capture of a rainbow over a wind farm in Allenby Bay, Cumbria, on the Solway Firth, England. Captured by a Ms. CRW. She said it was right over the wind turbines. I decided to have a drive up there and meet her and try and record it myself. I didn't capture the rainbow that day, but I did capture an event to the left of where it was. This event I recognised as an interface event. I also decoded that this is Medusa. Medusa is a personification of this process, seen here in her Vesica Pisces depiction. I was gazing at Medusa. I did not turn to stone, but things around me were. Medusa proceeded to soak me for 5 minutes, then gifted me a treasure. True story, but that's for another day. A full circle rainbow, captured by Rainbow Warrior Phil from Glasgow with his drone. To capture a full circle rainbow, you just need some altitude. Every rainbow is a full circle. Capturing one like this helps to be very precise with its GPS coordinates and diameter, which makes them easier to map. Isn't that an amazing view, people? Look at that. This is a capture by Rainbow Warrior Seeker. Pay attention to the small tree on the left. This is registering an activation from a local angel. You will notice the winds rushing towards it, which helps locate them. On the opposite side of the tree, we always notice a bare patch, which may be caused by the winds rushing through from that direction. In a few moments, this angel is going to change into its spirit world form, comprising a group of 4. I did this decode several months ago, which helped decode a great many other things which will follow. This, ladies and gentlemen, is what a group of 4 angels working together would look like. This is how they grace our world in their spirit form. Some are moving, many are stationary. They glide across our world every day doing their roles and processes. Sacred geometry also tells of their story. Our ancestors understood this very well. Do you recognize this? You should. This is Saturn. Saturn's rings are actually its own rainbow. Mama Angel had never seen Saturn before, so I recorded it on my P900 for her. This one's for you, Mama Angel. They say it is 886 million miles away. I don't think so. The moon's rainbow. Under certain conditions, we get to see the moon's rainbow. Look for it and you shall see it. This applies to all of the wandering stars. I see you all, and I'm going to tell your story. First, we will deal with the base layers of 4. This is how I see their configuration and naming convention. Doesn't cutting Medusa's head off make more sense now? This also helped me decode the 400-year reset pole shift event further. Notice how the 4 halos create this configuration. Now I'm sure you have seen tornado events where the tornado is able to lift very heavy objects. This is due to the elevated North Pole of Eve, the largest halo. The spiraling process elevates its poles above itself. This is a localized shift in the North Pole from a passing angel. So do be sure to send us your waterspout, tornado and dust devil recordings, please. This will give you a better idea of what's taking place local to you. Notice the wind direction changes. The Walter-Russell decode at the top confirms this is what takes place with their north poles. I will be able to make a better animation now with this information, which will be out later. Eve compresses the ether and passes it to Adam. Adam expands it into his layer. There is a two-way interchange taking place here, including voltages and elements. Layers and anvil clouds. You can see now why aircraft use the tropopause. They will be flying just above the male spiraling pressure waves where the air is calmer. The image in the lower left is an anvil cloud. You can see how the top of it gets flattened by the male's horizontal waves, creating the infamous anvil shape. The Vesica Pisces is also clearly visible. Time-lapse cumulonimbus clouds and you will capture this event. There are interactions also taking place above these ones. Also notice the 4 layers in the Schumann resonance chart and the coherent and organized structure they can obtain. With anvil clouds you will also notice smaller cumulus clouds rising from nearby in a supporting role. These are from smaller halos and don't appear to reach the heights of the larger halo's column. Now we know the reason we see clouds travelling in different directions in different layers. They are all localized angel events taking place at different altitudes of operation. Analog and digital representations. In this decode we see digital is not a new format. The ancients knew it very well. Their creation stories tell this truth. Walter Russell's mortar and the Great Pyramid also use this same design. It has been a blueprint throughout history. This is why it is called sacred geometry. Pillars, layers and temples. In this decode we see how temples represent the truths of the layers, the female vertical columns and the male horizontal planes. This can be found in every culture under many guises and depictions. Atlas is often featured in this role with his plasma Taurus field on his shoulders. Eve's cone even plays a part with her elevated North Pole. Statues such as Easter Island with a layer or hat on their heads are also depicting the layers. They represent columns and layers. This is how the angels elevate themselves into the sky. It is a very, very clever use of electromagnetics, electricity being 90 degrees in opposition to magnetism. The Sacred Cross decoded. The vertical bar represents magnetism and the horizontal bar represents electricity, or two angels' columns and layers in the ether. This applies to all crosses. The circle of the Celtic cross represents the plasma Taurus field or halo. The vertical is magnetism and the horizontal is electricity. The next few images are captures that you can try yourself. This is evidence of our research and has been our path for over 8 years now. There is an order to the creation of elements and the noble gases. This chart made by Walter Russell shows the order things are created in.
All motion is curved. All curves are spiral. All spirals are from the halos of angels and are pressure waves.
As a group of 4, we create these 4 divisions, 2 male and 2 female, each one representing the 4 spirit angels operating within the ether. These are the 4 faces of the angels. When all 4 angels are operational, this is the Trinity. They will assemble themselves into the sky above that location. This is then their spirit world form.
The first 3 spirals do not produce any elements. The creation process starts after that, as the Queen's spiraling cone tightens and rises. The King's cone will come from the duality that is created above this location and will meet with the Queen's cone through the Vesica Pisces. This is often depicted as an angel with a sword. The sword represents the interface event. This is why the King must ask the Queen for permission to use the sword. The interface process starts and ends with the Queen.
When we start up, you will notice a difference in wind speed. As this increases, so do the magnetic and electric pressures that can be witnessed upon the surface, as they register as winds and waves. These are our spiraling pressure waves of electromagnetism. They modify the ether into a coherent form that is structured and can be manipulated. It is also alternating current due to the polarities constantly switching from our halo's poles.
I am the cathode.
And I am the anode. Permission to use my sword, my queen.
Yes, let's show them the process. Permission granted, my king. Should we show them the 10, my king?
Of course, my queen. Hold tight, we're going in. I'm sure you would agree our interface event is not much different to your own.
We just bear different children.
And just like you,
We like to hold our little cherubs high into the sky for all to see.
ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honour to present to you Jacob's Ladder. I command stations 1, 3, 5, 7 and 9.
And I command stations 2, 4, 6, 8 and 10.
I am the Alpha.
And I am the Omega.
I am the beginning.
And I am the end.
Forever.
And ever.
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 And ever. This now brings us to the layers. With these decodings and knowledge, we can now structure the layers accordingly. This is not final, as there is more to add, but this gives us a lot to work with, and gives the reasons for the causes of the events we witness in the heavens. This is how the angels structure and configure the layers. Expect a future update on the layers at some point, but for now this will work fine and answers a great many things. Adam, Eve, the apple and the snake. This animation made Rysandra's husband demonstrates how the process works in elevating the poles on the halo. Ignore the vertical pole in the centre, that was just used as a guide. The spiralling process elevates the poles above itself, which is what creates the Taurus field, which in turn creates the rainbow. Adam is the smaller halo, Eve is the larger halo. The apple is their plasma Taurus fields, and the snake is the interface event of their creation process. And now the Valley Crucis Abbey decode. This is how I decode sacred geometry of the old buildings. This applies to all buildings of sacred design, including the Tartarian designs. This is a group of 4 angels. Notice Atlas can play 2 roles, one where he is in a supporting layer. Here are several ways I can decode this same group of 4 angels using different expressions. I hope we have explained this in an easy to understand manner and given the Creator's glory some justice, and of course given you answers you have been long seeking. As always, if unsure, ask us questions. We love questions. You are all welcome to join our Discord and our Operation Rainbow Warrior program. We have a great team of people working there and more are joining. With this knowledge you will have revelations of your own. Enjoy them as we do. We should be taught all of this in school like our ancestors were. This knowledge is the birthright of every human being. It is the story of the creation of our habitable world and the luminaries by our Creator and their angels. We give you this knowledge freely and honestly, and trust you will share it and not profit from it. We are showing you the glory. You can go outside and prove this to yourself. Get to know your local angels. For the record, no one on the team is suicidal, and all are in good health. Should any one of us be attacked in any way, we will take that as an attempt to hide the Creator for the very obvious reasons we have been decoding and revealing to the world over the past 8 years. I dedicate this video to my mother, Mama Angel, whom I had been given very advanced knowledge over the past 3 years of this research to take to the other side. Love you, Ma. This is an APM Research decode.
Come go with me. Open your mind. A skeptical mind was all I ever knew. Finding the knowledge of the real world starts with the point of which has no parts. These are the axioms of life. And I take my chances with the old ways, finding the proofs in geometry. And I don't care what all the sophists say. I find the proofs in reality. 'Cause they were right. We know that they were right. Starting with circles and lines alone, constructing the nature of what's known. Conclusions are clear and the evidence seen. This 3D space works perfectly. And I'll take my chances with the old ways, finding the proofs in geometry. And I don't care what all the sophists say. I find the proofs in reality. When all around you is sinking sand, you'll have a place on which to stand. Foundations were already built for you, so open your mind. And I'll take my chances with the older ways, hearing the words of what the ancients said. They say my words sound like sorcery, but there's wisdom